Hello. What's going on? Hello, hello, hello. Mm. Hello. How you guys doing? Just getting started. We're actually gonna just pretty much hop right on into this recap because here in about an hour, Mr. Bock is going to be joining us, and so we don't have that much time to do a recap. So I'm probably going to wait like another minute or two, and then we will just get this thing going. So that way, whenever he joins, I don't want to, he's on a normal person schedule, which means he sleeps when most people sleep. So I would, what's up, Tara? Hey, thank you, Leah. Thank you, guys. So we will be trying to get it going. Hello, Sherelle. How you doing? What's up, Sandy? Good to see you, Jesus Liz. Hello, Abby. Hello, child of God. Hello, hello. We're just getting started here. What's up, Respiratory? How you doing, Sarah? How you doing? Hello, Alyssa. Okay, yeah, yeah. Um, Joab. Hello. Good evening, Brandy. Oh, no. Well, who's the guest tonight? His name is Paul Bach. He'll be here tonight. It'll be a good time. Um, he's smarter than I am, so sure we'll all be learning something. Yeah, Paul. His name is Paul Bach. He'll be joining in a little bit. So hopefully we can do the recap, and then that way we can just hop on into it. I don't know him, but I'm excited. Hey, thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you so much. Long time no see. I wish I could say to see it. Oh, Leo, where have you been? Hello, Amanda. What's up, Sarah? Hello, hello. Good to see you guys. Um, hey, thank you, RBN. You have a good night too. All right. Hello, Dina. What are you drinking tonight? The same old Jocko. All right, so let's go ahead and do this thing because these recaps normally take a while. So if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We are going through the Bible book by book, verse by verse, and tonight's going to be a little bit different. So I'll be curious to see how it goes. Honestly, I don't know. This is the first time we're ever going to do something like this, and we'll figure it out. Hopefully, we can do it without any distractions. That would be optimal, and hopefully everything works out well. So I am going to be going through this recap, but I want you guys to understand, as per usual, I want you to understand what the most important thing is. And the most important thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. Everything else that we're going to be talking about tonight is going to be secondary. So we need to focus on what the primary issue is. What is the primary issue? The primary issue is to how to know for sure you can get to heaven. There is only one way, and that is by recognizing that you are a sinner and that we are, as sinners, under the death penalty. That's what you need to understand the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. The bad news is for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. That's the bad news. But Romans 6:23 says, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. And so that is what is so neat to talk about. So you need to understand, in order to be born again, you need to believe that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for your sins, for my sins, and that he was buried and that he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It's an amazing gift. It is a free gift. And it is, for by grace are you saved through faith. And that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. So that is, that's what I want you to know more than anything else. And so hopefully you can look into that if you don't know. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. You don't need to follow me here on or anything like that, but you can if you have any questions. So we've been going through the Bible, book by book, verse by verse, chapter by chapter. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, and a whole bunch of other books, and they are up on YouTube. If you are interested, you can go check it out. There's a link up in my TikTok profile, but we are going to be doing something different tonight. We're going to be having somebody else come up and pretty much talk about Matthew chapter 24, which is a really tough chapter to really see it from all angles, because we have three different gospels that basically talk about the same thing, but they're different. You got to find the differences. There's, some people think they say the same thing, but they're not. And so it's really challenging. And so it's going to be eventful, to say the least, So tonight, I'll be curious to see what you guys think. After it's all said and done, I'll be curious to pick your guys' brain to see if that was enjoyable. So this is a first time that this will be happening. Hey, thank you, Christina. So we're going to dive into this recap, starting in Matthew chapter 1. So as per usual, you need to understand that the Roman Empire is in effect. Is this live? Yes, it is. Hello, Juliet. The Roman Empire is it's the powerhouse of the Roman Empire. So if you go back to Daniel 2, there's 4 empires of the world from God's point of view. There's the Babylonian Empire, there's the Medo-Persian Empire, there's the Greek Empire, and then there's the Roman Empire. And so the Babylonian Empire fell to the Medo-Persian Empire, then the Medo-Persian Empire fell to the Greek Empire, then the Greek Empire fell to the Roman Empire. And so when you dive into the book of Matthew, it's important to understand that you are in that Roman Empire. Hey, thank you, Joseph. Thank you so much. Wow, thank you. So it's good to understand that we are currently in the Roman Empire. My goodness. And that's important to understand. That'll come into play when we get to Matthew chapter 2. But in Matthew chapter 1, thank you, man. My goodness, what? Thank you, guys. Christina, thank you. Matthew chapter 1, you have the genealogy from Joseph's. You have Joseph's genealogy. And it's really important to understand that there's 2 genealogies when it comes to Jesus. There's Joseph's genealogy in Matthew chapter 1, and then there's Mary's genealogy in Luke chapter 3. What's up, Ed King? Good to see you. And so you have the 2 genealogies both talking about Jesus. And so it's kind of fun to dive into it. But when you dive into Matthew chapter 1, you find a whole bunch of fun, hidden nuggets. Hey, thank you, Ed King. That it's just fun to dive into it. But you have a whole bunch of big names. There's 5 women that are mentioned in this genealogy, which is very unusual. Thank you, Christina, which is very unusual for a genealogy. But you have 5 women here. And if you just trace down the women, you just find that it's a genealogy of grace. And it's really cool. Hello, Savannah. And so it is Matthew chapter 1 basically gives you that genealogy. We tackled a whole bunch of things, the curse of Jeconiah being one of them, because of Matthew chapter 1, verse 1. We talked about Jeconiah and how God put a blood curse on the royal line. The royal line. That is wild. Just thinking about that. God put a blood curse on his own royal line. Yeah. Well, you can read more about that in Jeremiah 22 if you are interested. We already talked about that plenty of times, but diving into Matthew chapter 2, it's important to understand the dynamic. So the Roman Empire was basically the powerhouse. Thank you, Christina. They were the superpower of the world at this time. And then there was the Parthian Empire up here. Well, the Roman Empire and the Parthian Empire kept on battling one another. And so there was this in Matthew chapter 2, out of the Parthian Empire, they send magi. Magi come from the Parthian Empire, going all the way to the Roman Empire into Bethlehem, looking for the King of the Jews, the one who was born King of the Jews. So they go up to Herod the Great. There's multiple Herods in the book of Matthew. This one right here is Herod the Great. And they go up to Herod the Great and they ask him, where is the one who was born King of the Jews? So the tension is high. It is between the Romans, the Parthians, and then Herod was ruling and oppressing the Jewish people. So there's all kind of tension all over the place. And then these magi show up. There wasn't just three of them. There was a whole bunch of them. They show up and they say, hey, where's the real king? Where's the real king? Have a good night, Leah. Thank you for being here for these 5 seconds. Come on. No, I'm sure you probably got important things to do. But it's really fun to dive into these magi because it pretty much forces you to trace it down all the way back to Daniel chapter 4 and 5, because what you find out in Daniel chapter 4 and 5 is that Daniel was the chief of the magi. And so it's really provocative to just pull on that thread and see what happens, because Daniel, being the head of the magi, the chief of the magi, basically poured into those guys. And you see the result of it centuries later, which is when the magi show up looking for Jesus. Why did they know to look for Jesus? How did they know? Daniel is linked to Revelation, absolutely, in such a big way. But yeah, hello, Holly, what's up? But yeah, so anyways, the magi show up. They find Jesus. He's about 2 years old at this point. They fall down and worship him, which is so cool. And they fall down and they give him three gifts, which is gold, frankincense, and myrrh. So gold, frankincense, and myrrh was their way of acknowledging who he was. They acknowledged the gold speaks to his godship, his deity, his kingship. And then the frankincense speaks to his role as a prophet. And then the myrrh speaks to his role as when he would die. So they recognized him as king, as God and king. They recognized him as priest, because that's what the frankincense spoke to. And then the myrrh, they acknowledged that he would die. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that is just buried in there. And so it's really cool to unpack those things. Moving on to Matthew chapter 3. Matthew chapter 3, what we're told about in Matthew chapter 3 is a guy named John the Baptist. John the Baptist basically was the voice of one crying out in the wilderness. And so when you read Isaiah chapter 40, verse 3, that is where we are introduced to John the Baptist. He's the voice of one crying out the wilderness. You know, he's prepared the way of the Lord, make his path straight. And that is where we find him in Matthew chapter 3. Really awesome character. We don't know much about him, but what we do know, according to Jesus's own words, is that there was no one born greater than other than John the Baptist, which really says a lot, because we really don't know much about him, because we don't need to know. The focus is not about how awesome John the Baptist is. The focus is on how awesome Jesus is. And so I think that's really cool. You know, it's really remarkable how much people love diving into these extra biblical kind of conversations and, you know, try to find all this supernatural knowledge and mystical, and they get all but, you know, John the Baptist, Jesus said that he was the greatest born of women. And you don't see anybody really diving into him, trying to unpack him and be like, oh, this is how cool he is. Nope, they don't do that. But anyways, in Matthew chapter 3, John the Baptist is out in the wilderness and he is baptizing people in the Jordan. And then the Pharisees and scribes show up. And then, you know, we talked a lot about the Pharisees and scribes. The Pharisees are legalistic. And the Sadducees did not believe in the supernatural. They didn't believe in the resurrection. And so that is why they were sad, you see. And so John the Baptist is out there. Hey, thank you, Maruska. And he basically calls them out. John the Baptist says, you are sons of Satan, is basically what he calls them. But he calls them brood of vipers, which is basically calling them sons of Satan, which is crazy. Why was he calling them that? He was calling them that because the Pharisees were teaching the Jewish people the wrong way. They were teaching the Jewish people the wrong way. And so they were misleading people. They were false teachers, which is crazy because they were the super religious people back then. And John the Baptist calls them out. And that's important to understand. So that wasn't a very popular opinion, at least in the Pharisees' point of view. They didn't like that. Moving on to Matthew chapter 4, we learn about Jesus being led into the wilderness by the Holy Spirit. The Spirit, quite literally, led Jesus into the wilderness so that he could be tempted by the devil. And that is crazy. That's the whole purpose. He was led into the wilderness. I mean, just think about that for a second. Like, hey, here you go, Satan. And so, sure enough, Satan comes at Jesus, and he tempts him as much as he possibly can. Which you have to just wonder what that experience was like. It had to have been out of this world, essentially. But anyways, the thing that you need to understand that's going on in Matthew chapter 4 is that um, uh, it was basically a sword fight. You had Satan using verses. He was just using it out of context, and he took some words out of the verses. And then you have somebody wielding the sword properly, which was Jesus, and he was defending and going on offense at the same time. And so you need to know how to work a tool in order to be sufficient with it or be efficient with it. And so that's what you see here. So, I mean, it just really makes you question like where you're at and as far as how much you know, like how many pieces of equipment are on your kit, if you will, where you're trying to use each verse in this spiritual warfare that we are all in, according to Ephesians chapter 6. Paul tells us to put on the full armor of God, right? Well, anyways, here in Matthew chapter 4, what you see is Lucifer ends up offering Jesus all the kingdoms. And so you need to understand the implications that's behind that, because what Satan was doing was he understood that Jesus wants his own kingdom. He understands what's in Daniel chapter 2. He understands what's going on in 2 Samuel chapter 7, which is this everlasting covenant between God and David, which talks about an everlasting kingdom. So Satan knows those things because those were back in the Old Testament. He knows the Old Testament. He's aware of those things. And so he approaches Jesus trying to give him something that he knows he wants. He knows Jesus wants the kingdom. And so here comes Lucifer, and he's like, hey, Jesus, bow down to me, and I'll give you all these kingdoms. All you have to do is just bow down to me. And you know what the best part is? Is that you don't need to go to the cross. Don't go to the cross. Here, I'll give you the kingdoms. You can have them all. And so that's what the implications was. It was huge. And so obviously that didn't work. Moving on to Matthew chapter 5. In Matthew chapter 5, this starts the 3-chapter segment. Hey, thank you, Magda. This starts the 3-chapter segment of what is called the Sermon on the Mount. This is one of the most studied chapters in existence, and this is studied sermons in existence. And Jesus is giving his amazing sermon on the Mount. And what is important to understand here, hey, thank you, Delaney and Laura, thank you guys. What's important to understand here is that Jesus is talking to his disciples. That is a vital piece of information to really understand that who is he addressing? He is addressing his people. Now, it's important to understand there was other people in the multitudes, and there was a whole bunch of people there, but he was talking to his people. And that is vital to understand. But what he's actually doing, hey, thank you, TK. What's he is actually doing here in Matthew chapter 5, verse 20, is he's giving them the bad news. So in Matthew chapter 5, verse 20, Jesus says this. He says, for I, Jesus, say to you, that unless your righteousness exceeds the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, you will by no means enter the kingdom of heaven. So what he was telling his disciples was that they needed to be more righteous than the professional righteous people. And so from the disciples' point of view, they were probably like, how is that even possible? And so, it's really interesting because if you continue reading Matthew chapter 5, you have these Pharisees who are saying that you got to listen to the law and you got to obey the law and you got to do it and you can't break the law and all these things. But then Jesus shows up and he's like, you think that the law was only talking about outwardly? You think it was just talking about what's going on outside? No, he's like, I'm talking about what's going on the inside. And so it's really fascinating because these people, these professional lawmakers, these Pharisees, these very, false teachers, they were teaching that you could not physically, adultery was only if you physically were in the act. And Jesus is like, no, that's not at all what it was talking about. It's talking about if you do anything like that in your heart. And so that's what we need to understand. It's the heart of the matter is always a matter of the heart. And so that's what's going on in Matthew chapter 5. He's basically saying that you're not good enough. You think you're obeying the law and that you think that you haven't tripped up because you literally didn't unalive somebody. He's like, you got it wrong. He's like, I say to you, if you hate somebody in your heart. And he goes on, and it's on and on and on, but it's a contrast of what's going on outside and what's going on the inside. And obviously he cares about what's going on the inside. Moving on to Matthew chapter 6, we talked about Jesus teaches his disciples a way to pray. And the things that Jesus tells them to pray is really instructive, because he tells them to highly, 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 highly respect our Father in his name. To just really, that needs to be revered with all kinds of honor and respect, because that's what he starts it out with. He says, "Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name." That's what he starts it out with. He's telling you how to think. Hey, what's up, Monica? Good to see you. Then in Matthew chapter 6, verse 10, he says, "Your kingdom come, your will be done." And that's a little bit different, because now, okay, that's a little tough. Why? Because I don't want it to be his will. I want it to be my will. I want it to be about me. Like, oh, I want it to always be about me. Like, what, me, right? And that's where we're wrong. That's why I always say time and time again, we need to learn how to think. Why? Because it's natural for us to want our will to be done. And that's wrong. Why? Because Jesus says, your will be done. When we learn how to think, and we're like, hey, you know what? I got to stop thinking how I need to think, or how my mind wants to think, and I need to learn how he's thinking, because when I think how he's thinking, then I am doing his will, and then everything changes. Everything changes. So he mentions the kingdom here in Matthew chapter 6, verse 10. Hey, thank you, Monica. He mentions the kingdom here in Matthew chapter 6, verse 10. He says, your kingdom come. And so it's really important to understand what the kingdom is. What is the kingdom? What is the kingdom? Well, that's what goes all the way back to 2 Samuel chapter 7, this kingdom that is yet future. You see, what's interesting about the Jewish people during this time is that they were actually expecting a literal kingdom to appear. If you read the accounts, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, you'll find verses to where they expected the kingdom to appear. And so that is what many of them thought Jesus was going to fulfill. They're like, oh, are you going to bring the kingdom at this point? Remember when Jesus was about to send up into heaven in Acts chapter 1? They're like, are you about to restore the kingdom to Israel? And thank you, Brandy. And then Jesus looks at him. He's like, it's not for you to know the times or and so he doesn't say that there is no kingdom. He doesn't say, what kingdom are you talking about? He just says it's not for you to know. And so it's really important to understand that. But he talks about the kingdom. And then he tells us how to think for the rest of, in verse 11, 12, and 13, he talks about we need to be in the word as far as give us this day our daily bread. He tells us to pray for forgiveness. He says, forgive us our debts, and as we forgive our debtors. He says, as we forgive our debtors, as almost as it's implied that we are going to do it. He says, forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Why? Because he's expecting you to forgive your debtors. That's just a natural byproduct of becoming a Christian. And then in verse 13, he says, and do not lead us into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. So we're supposed to be praying about our spiritual warfare. That is, that kind of goes without saying, but sometimes the most elementary principles need to be said because we forget. Anyways, moving on to Matthew chapter 7, it's really interesting what's going on here, because in Matthew chapter 7, he's wrapping up this Sermon on the Mount. And then he says at Matthew chapter 7, verse 22, in Matthew 7, verse 22, he says, many will say to me, and he probably points to himself. Remember, he's still talking to his disciples. And when he's talking to his disciples, he says, many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in your name? Have we not cast out demons in your name? Have we not done all of these miracles and wonders in your name? And then he will say, This is Jesus saying. He's like, hey, guys, in that day, I'm going to say, I never knew you. He's saying, you see me right now physically, but in that day, that is so far in the future, I'm going to say this at that point. That is staggering. That is crazy. These people probably had no real idea or actual understanding of what he was actually talking about, because they didn't understand who he was at the time. So since they didn't understand who he was at the time, they were just trying to, they were probably just scratching their heads like, what is this guy talking about? Anyways, that moves us into Matthew chapter 8. And so in Matthew chapter 8, what you see in Matthew chapter 8 is this amazing event where this leper gets healed. This leper gets healed. And why does that matter? Why does it matter that the leper gets healed? Well, you need to understand that lepers, that there was no account of any Jewish person being healed that had leprosy. Hello, Yogi. There's no account of any Jewish leper being healed from leprosy. And so here in Matthew chapter 8, this Jewish leper goes up to Jesus and says, Lord, if you're willing, you can cleanse me. And so that's crazy. So you have this Jewish leper going up to Jesus, and somehow he acknowledged that he was Lord because he called him Lord. And then he said, if you are willing, you can. So he's not saying if you can, he says you can. And so it just shows you this man's faith. And so we obviously know from Luke's account, from Dr. Luke, who was a physician, he was a doctor, he says that this man was full of leprosy, meaning he was on the verge of dying, which is really, it paints this whole different picture for you to actually imagine in your mind. But this man was full of leprosy, and leprosy, as we talked about before, leprosy represents sin. There's a couple idioms in the Bible, and leprosy is one of them that represents sin, and leaven also represents sin. Leaven it puffs up, and puffing up is a sense of pride. And so we know that God hates pride because of Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16, where he says, I hate a proud look. And pride is what made Lucifer fall. It goes all the way back there into Isaiah 14, Ezekiel 28, because of his beauty. He was so prideful about how beautiful he was. He's like, man, everybody come here and look at how good I look. It's crazy. Anyways, Matthew chapter 8, you see this leper getting healed, and that sent shockwaves throughout the country. Everybody, everywhere, all of a sudden heard about this guy named Jesus, who was doing things that were known to be a messianic miracle. And so Jesus did something that nobody else could do. And now all of a sudden, all the Pharisees, the scribes, the Sadducees, the Herodians, you have all of these people just like, who is this guy? And so then he goes on all the way through Matthew chapter 8. He continues on all the way through Matthew 8. He heals a leper. Then he heals a centurion's servant. And he doesn't actually even go there. He just says it. He's like, you know what? He's healed. And so he's healing people in different ways. He's doing it differently every single time. He's like, sometimes I'll touch you. Sometimes I won't. Sometimes I won't even be present. I can do anything I want to. Why? Because I am God Almighty. And so that is what he is trying to tell people here. So in Matthew chapter 8, he heals Peter's mother-in-law. And then you also see this crazy event where Jesus is in the middle of this. He's on the boat with his disciples, and this great storm starts rising up. And his disciples, who are very, very seasoned fishermen, were afraid for their lives. And that is bananas. Why? Because it tells you how bad of a storm it actually is. If it's that bad of a storm to where professional fishermen who basically grew up on the water were fearful of and afraid for their lives, that shows you a lot about this kind of storm. But Jesus was sleeping throughout the entire thing. Crazy stuff. They wake him up, and then he rebukes the wind and the sea. And then there's a great peace. I think we read about that in Mark's account. I think Mark describes it as a great calm or a great peace, which is interesting because that just is what Jesus does. He is the Prince of Peace, and it's an amazing thing. Moving on to Matthew chapter 8, he casts these demons out of these demon-possessed men, and that is when the herd of swine goes into the water. Hey, thank you, Bridget. What's up? Hello. Good to see you. Matthew chapter 9, it's a continuation where he continues to basically build his resume as far as authenticating who he is. He's authenticating who he is by his works. If you remember in the Gospel of John, there was multiple works, multiple witnesses that basically authenticated who Jesus was. You had one of those witnesses being his works. And so that is what he's doing here. He's like, my works are a witness to who I am. Moving on to Matthew chapter 9, he heals this paralyzed man, which is just continuing, building up on his resume as who he is. Then we get to Matthew chapter 9, verse 32, and we talked about this demon-possessed man who could not speak. And so the rabbis back then could cast demons out, but they first had to find out what the demon's name is. And so when the demon told them their name, then they would cast them out after they found out the demon's name. Well, what do you do when a man can't speak? Well, what you do when a man can't speak is you just leave him alone. That's what the rabbis did. But then Jesus, he basically was doing his own thing, and he's like, you know what? I don't need to play by your rules. I'm just going to cast this demon out because I'm awesome. And so that's what he ended up doing. And so that sent more shockwaves throughout the country to where who is this guy? He's not doing the stuff that we're doing. He's doing it differently. Who is this guy? And so everybody is learning about who Jesus is, and that's what's going on in Matthew chapter 8 and 9. And then in Matthew chapter 10, Jesus chooses 12 disciples. They're called disciples in Matthew chapter 10, verse 1. But then in Matthew chapter 10, verse 2, they are called apostles. So they go from being disciples to being called apostles. And a disciple is somebody like you and I. We are disciples of Christ, which means we are a student or a follower or a learner of Christ. And so we are disciples of Christ. But what's the difference between a disciple and an apostle? An apostle is somebody that is basically had the authority of the sender. So the sender in this case was Jesus, who is God Almighty. So he gave his authority to these 12 apostles, and that is why they had the ability to, as Matthew chapter 10, verse 8 says, heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out demons. He gave them that power. So they were walking around with all this authority and power to go and do all of these things. But what was the point of them doing all of those things? The point for them to, the reason why Jesus gave them that power was because then he sent them out into their own areas. So if you imagine Israel, he sends them out all around the region, and they're all going to different cities telling about Jesus. They are going all over the place preaching and saying the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Now, when you read the phrase is at hand, the kingdom of heaven is at hand, that means it's within arm's reach. And so when you think about the kingdom of heaven being at arm's reach, this is them. This is Jesus saying, hey guys, I'm the Messiah. I'm the king. Here's the kingdom. Are you willing to receive it? And so that is what he was offering them. He's like, do you want the kingdom or you do not want the kingdom? And so that is what the whole point of these apostles who were going all over the place, they were preaching that the kingdom of heaven is at hand. It's within arm's reach. You just need to accept it. And we know from John chapter 1 that he came into his own and his own did not receive him. So we know how this is going to play out, which is just tragic. But for, it's good for you and I because we have been grafted in because of that fall. We picked up the ball, and now we're running with it. But anyways, that's what Matthew chapter 10 is talking about. Moving on to Matthew chapter 11, we talked a lot about John the Baptist. John the Baptist in Matthew chapter 11, verse 11. In Matthew chapter 11, verse 11, it says, assuredly I say to you, among those born of women, there has not risen one greater than John the Baptist. This is what just blows my mind. I'm just like, this is crazy. I mean, we have Abraham. That's Father Abraham. He's the father of the faith. That is wild. John the Baptist is greater than him. Are you kidding me? What about Elijah? What about Daniel? He's pretty cool. What about Joseph? There's nothing written bad about in the entire Bible that Joseph did wrong. Same thing with David or Daniel. What is that all about? David, he's pretty cool. I mean, he messed up, but I mean, he's still called a man after God's own heart. But here you have John the Baptist, and we're told that there's not one risen greater than John the Baptist. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And so what you see in Matthew chapter 11, verse 13 or verse 14, Matthew chapter 11 and verse 14, in Matthew chapter 11, verse 14, it says, and if you are willing to receive it, he is Elijah who is to come. So what Jesus was telling these people, he was telling them, he's like, hey guys, if you're willing to receive the kingdom, then John the Baptist is Elijah. That's who he is. That John the Baptist is Elijah. But he's like, you know what? You're not willing. And that's why they threw him into prison. Like he got thrown into prison. They were not willing. The people didn't receive John the Baptist. I mean, some did, but they were not willing. And so what happens to the herald will ultimately happen to the king. And that is what we are seeing here. John the Baptist will be beheaded. He will be cut off. And the same thing will happen to the king. And so anyways, John the Baptist, what a guy. We don't know much about him, but if he's referred to as the greatest, then that is unbelievable. Like, I have so many questions. Moving on to Matthew chapter 12, everything changes in Matthew chapter 12. Matthew 12 is literally a lynch point. It's a pivotal turning point in the book of Matthew. The reason why is because you have the Pharisees just basically chasing Jesus all over the place and following him and just like taking notes and like, oh, what's he doing now? What's he going to do now? And then they would go up and test him. And then they started looking for things to accuse him and trap him up because he was gaining a lot of popularity. And the Pharisees didn't like Jesus because Jesus wasn't going to join their Pharisee club. They wanted Jesus to join the Pharisaical club. And he's like, you know what? I'm not here for a religion. I'm here so that you follow me. You need to follow me. And so that's the whole point. So the Pharisees and Jesus didn't see eye to eye. And so the Pharisees started pushing back. And so that's what's going on in Matthew chapter 12. And so in Matthew chapter 12, verse 24, they basically accuse Jesus of being satanic. They say, you're casting out demons except by Beelzebub, the ruler of demons. And so this is a huge turning point. Because up until this point, in Matthew chapter 8, Matthew chapter 9, Matthew chapter 10, Matthew chapter 11, Jesus is building up his resume. He's sending his resume out to everybody. He's like, this is who I am, this is who I am. And then he sends out his people to go do the same things that he was doing, which reinforces his message. And then when his people, his apostles, were going all over the place doing the same thing that he was doing, they were preaching the kingdom is at hand. And then here in Matthew chapter 12, what you find is that they called him satanic. And you need to understand the stranglehold that that the Pharisees had on the people. Hello, Brandy. All of these are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here if you're interested. You could go check that out. That is, we've done all the studies are up there except for the one from last night. But I typically go live around 3 times a week, and it normally starts around midnight. Tonight's going to be much different than any other night. Just so you guys know, we're going to have a guy come up here in a little bit. His name's Paul Bock. I don't know if he's here yet, but hopefully he'll be here in a little bit by the time this review is done. But anyways, going back to Matthew chapter 12, they ended up calling Jesus satanic. They called him satanic. And this is where everything changes, because here in Matthew chapter 12, verse 31, this is where we read about this unpardonable sin. And so it's a very thought-provoking conversation to have this unpardonable sin. Like, what is it? And so the answer that everybody says is, oh, if you never put your faith in Christ, then you will be cast into the lake of fire. Yeah, absolutely. If you never accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, that is very true. But is that what it's talking about here in context? And I think that it's a little bit different. So what I want you guys to at least consider is that this unpardonable sin was them just rejecting the God of the universe. That was unpardonable. And so that was going to have all kinds of physical implications decades later. And that is, in a sense, what takes place during the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD. That's why when Jesus rides into town on a donkey, he weeps over it. Why? There's people crying out, Hosanna, Hosanna. And like, so what's going on? Like, there's people who accepted him, but like, what's going on? They already rejected him. They rejected him here in Matthew chapter 12. They rejected Jesus here in Matthew 12. They didn't reject Jesus when he was being nailed at the cross. They rejected him here. And that is crazy. And so that's why he shows up when he was supposed to show up, and he looks at the Jerusalem and he weeps over it. And he's like, if you had known even this your day. It is crazy to see this. And so this unpardonable sin was what Jesus prophesied over Jerusalem. And he's like, but now you are going to be, and then he basically said what he said about how there won't be one stone upon another and whatnot. And he prophesied about what took place about 38 years later, which was the fall of Jerusalem. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But anyways, moving on to Matthew chapter 12. Matthew chapter 12, you see the phrase, this generation, multiple times. In Matthew chapter 12, verse 41, it says, the men of Nineveh will rise up in judgment with this generation. Hey, thank you, Smudge. Then you have in Matthew chapter 12, verse 42, it says, the queen of the south will rise up in the judgment with this generation. There is a very specific conversation to be had about this generation, that the one when Jesus was here. So you need to look into that. Moving on to Matthew chapter 13, when you dive into Matthew chapter 13, we talk about these 7 kingdom parables, which seem to parallel the 7 letters that are in Revelation chapter 2 and 3. If you read Revelation chapter 2 and 3, what you'll find is, hello, Ren. What's up, Smudge? Hello, Rebecca. Hello. What you'll find is that the 7 letters in Revelation chapter 2 and 3 seem to parallel these 7 kingdom parables. Now, what's interesting about Matthew 13 is that after Matthew chapter 12, in every public sermon or public message that Jesus gave, he spoke in parables after Matthew chapter 12. The reason why he spoke in parables after Matthew chapter 12 is because within Matthew 12 is when they rejected him. They rejected him in Matthew 12, and he's like, okay, since you rejected me, now I'm going to talk in parables. And that's what he does from here on out. He talks in parables. And so it's really important to understand that. Thank you, Sharia. And so he's talking in parables, and you need to understand that parables are not like a little kiddie story that everybody can understand. No, they're actually only they're wired so that only people who are supposed to understand. And so that is what they're talking about. He's talking to his people. His people will understand what he's talking about here. And so he gives these 7 kingdom parables. They seem to basically parallel the 7 letters in Revelation 2 and 3, Ephesus, Smyrna, Pergamos, Thyatira, and so on. But this seems to be talking about the church here in Matthew chapter 13, these kingdom parables, these church parables. In Matthew chapter 13, verse 31, it talks about this mustard seed, and it talks about how the birds of the air go and lay nests within the tree. Hey, thank you, Brandy. And so it's really interesting thinking about that, because you have these birds laying nests in a tree. Now, the tree basically became some monstrosity. It turned into freakishly large. It shouldn't have been that big, but it got huge, right? And it's the reason why it shouldn't have been that big was because there's a lot of false churches all up in this thing, right? And so what you see is the birds represent the evil ones. That's what Jesus explains to us in Matthew chapter 13. So you have these evil ones, these agents of evil, laying building their houses in the church. And so that's a picture. You can look into the world and just see that very clearly in our day today, right? It is crazy what's going on. Moving on to Matthew, that's what's going on in Matthew chapter 13. We talked a lot about that. Moving on to Matthew chapter 14. Matthew chapter 14 is really cool. In Matthew chapter 14, you have this is the chapter where John the Baptist ends up getting beheaded, and Jesus goes out to the wilderness to be alone. But the multitudes follow him out there. And that's really crazy. These multitudes follow them out there. Why do they follow him out there, though? Are they following him because they think he's the God Almighty? Do they think he's the Messiah? Is that why they're following them out there, or following him out there? No, they're following him out there because he kept on feeding people. He was doing a whole bunch of miracles. People just wanted to benefit from the physical and not from the spiritual. And so that is something that we need to understand what's going on here, but Jesus still had compassion on them. And so he uses this entire situation as a learning lesson, because he's going to be building up his own disciples here. And so he builds up his own disciples. He's like, I'm going to train my disciples. I'm going to use this as a training aid. And so he turns to his disciples and he says, you feed them. And so when you understand what he was doing here, when he said, you feed them, he was getting the disciples to learn how to think. Because the disciples would naturally come to the conclusion, I can't feed 15,000 people. So they would come to that conclusion. They'd be like, I can't do it. And that's the first thing they needed to understand. Yeah, you can't do it. The second thing they needed to understand was that they needed to rely on Jesus. That was the second thing. That's what he was teaching them. He's like, you can't do it. That's right. And you also need me to do it. That is also right. Why? Why was he training them? Because here in a little bit, Jesus was going to ascend into heaven, and then it would be the disciples who would carry it on the torch from there on out. And that's what we learn about in Acts chapter 2 and so on. Moving on in Matthew chapter 14, this is also where Jesus walks on water. Peter is the one who gets out of the boat, which is really cool. There's a whole, there's interesting model that's tucked away in that chapter, if you decide to see it. Moving on to Matthew chapter 15. In Matthew chapter 15, what you see here is you see that the Pharisees are still just following Jesus around, trying to trip him up. And in Matthew chapter 15, it's basically a conversation of God's commandments versus man's tradition. Which one are you going to follow? Are you going to follow God's commandments, or are you going to follow man's tradition? And so the Pharisees they prided themselves on being so good at obeying the law, right? Like they were the standard in their eyes. They're like, we are so holy. And Jesus basically, okay, so it goes all the way back to the Mosaic law. The Mosaic law is where you need to, this is the foundation. This is God's law right here. And then as time goes on, they started adding to it. So man would add to it. And so then after the Mosaic law, they're like, you know what? We need something, we need a little buffer zone so that we can avoid people from breaking God's law. Oh, I have an idea. Let's add all of these man-made laws on top of it. And then boom, there's the Pharisaical law. And then after some time went on, they had they had the Talmudic law, then they had the Kabbalah. They just kept on getting further and further away from God's law, that God's law was completely buried. You couldn't even see it anymore because they had gone so far away. And so basically they come to this whole, in Matthew 15, they have man's traditions. Thank you, Ed King. They basically came up with their own traditions, and they're being like, hey, your disciples aren't following the traditions. And Jesus is like, what are you talking about? Like, anyways, moving on to Matthew chapter 16. Matthew chapter 16 is an interesting chapter. There's a lot to be talked about here. The ones that we normally talk about here in Matthew 16 is verse 18. Matthew chapter 16, verse 18, it says, and I also say to you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church. Now, the Catholics use this verse, and they say this is the verse why we say that Peter was the first pope, and the church was built on Peter. And that couldn't be further from the truth. That is not right. That is not accurate at all. The church was not built on Peter. Peter's name in Greek is Petros. Petros means a stone or a small pebble, something you could pick up. Like, just go outside, look around, and just pick one up and be like, Peter. But that is what it's talking about there. He's like, you are Peter, you are a pebble. And then he says, and on this rock I will build my church. So you have a little stone, which was Peter, and then he says, on this rock I will build my church. Now what's this? The rock that he uses here is Petra. So you have the word Petros, and then he uses a different word for rock, which was Petra. So Petros and Petra, the rock. If you trace it down, 1 Corinthians chapter 10 verse 4, Paul tells us that it is this spiritual rock followed them through the wilderness, and that rock was Christ. So we understand that the rock is Christ. In Daniel chapter 2, we learn about this stone that is going to smite or smash the idol or the image, and it's going to shatter these Gentile nations. That rock or that stone is Christ. We understand this. So the stone or this rock, it's not Peter. If you read Peter's epistles in 1 Peter and 2 Peter, you'll see himself say that rock was not me, that rock was Christ. And so it's important to understand that. People just take a verse and like, I got a verse. And then they just run around just like a little baby, like carrying a sword, just like, I have no idea what I'm doing, right? And so that's what's going on with that verse when it comes to Catholics. Anyways, Matthew chapter 16, verse 19 is an interesting one. Because in Matthew chapter 16, verse 19, it says, and I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven, and whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. What's interesting about the binding and loosing, at least from rabbinic teachings, is that it basically was teaching that binding and loosing has the idea of legislative and judicial powers that were given to the apostles. Now, he gives them to Peter here, but the other apostles received them later. But it's interesting because they had the power to bind or unlock or lock when it comes to legislative things. Like, hey, we're going to make laws. Hey, the Pharisees said you couldn't do this. You know what? I say that you can do this. Hey, you know what? You're doing this. I'm saying you can't do that. That's that kind of concept. Loosing, it has the idea of judicial matters. And you would see a situation, an example of that in Acts chapter 5, which was when Ananias and Sapphira, they basically, hey, what's up, Jackie? Good to see you. Thank you. Acts chapter 5, they gave money, and they pretended like they gave everything that they had, and that's when Peter was like, bam, and then both of them were ended at that one. Really interesting situation going on there. Moving on to Matthew chapter 17, though. Matthew chapter 17 is an amazing chapter. In Matthew chapter 17, you have this whole Mount of Transfiguration. And on Matthew 17, it seems to be a model, a mini model of the kingdom. And it's so important to understand this mini model of the kingdom. The Jews were always expecting the kingdom. They were always looking for the kingdom. So in Matthew 17, Jesus takes Peter, James, and John, which is the inner circle out of the 12 disciples. He takes Peter, James, and John. They were allowed to go to certain things that nobody else could go to, like Jairus' daughter, Mount of Transfiguration, the Olivet Discourse. We'll see here tonight, Matthew 24. It was Peter, James, John, and Andrew. And so you have the three there. Anyways, Jesus takes them up on a mountain, and he's transfigured before their face. So Peter, James, and John get to see Jesus in his glorified form, which is crazy. So they see Jesus' face shining like the sun. They see his clothes white, and it's crazy. And then they see Moses and Elijah. Why Moses and Elijah? Why not Daniel and Joseph? Well, what you have, or a reason that it could possibly be, is because Moses seems to represent the law. Elijah seems to represent the prophets. So you have Moses, or you have the law and the prophets there, or a representative. Also, in Revelation chapter 11, you have these two witnesses that pop up, and they're going to be there for 3.5 years. And those two witnesses seem to be Moses and Elijah, because when you look into the power that they are given, they parallel what Moses and Elijah did when they were here to begin with. But going back to Matthew chapter 17, you have Moses and Elijah, and Moses died, Elijah did not. So if Moses died and Elijah did not, like, what is that representing? Well, Moses seems to represent the redeemed who die and then go to heaven and get their glorified body. Elijah seems to represent those who do not die and then just get their glorified body. Why? Because Elijah never died. He was taken up, right? And so that seems to represent a picture of the harpazo, or the rapture, which is really, really neat. I believe that this took place on the Feast of Tabernacles, because here in Matthew 17, Peter opens up his big mouth and he's like, hey guys, can we make you tabernacles? And so that's what's going on here, because in Matthew 17, verse 4, he says, if you wish, let us make here 3 tabernacles. And it makes a whole lot more sense when you understand what we talked about in Matthew 21, which we'll come back to that, I suppose. But, okay, moving on. Anyways, that whole picture, what you see in Matthew 17, seems to be a miniature model of the future kingdom. Why? Because you're going to see Jesus glorified. You're going to see the saints glorified. And then you're going to have, during the millennial kingdom, you're going to have people. You're going to have literal human beings walking around doing stuff. And that's crazy. Matthew chapter 18, moving on to Matthew chapter 18, the disciples come up to Jesus and they ask him who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. Now, it's an interesting conversation, because this is just almost natural. Why? Because the other disciples, they saw Peter, James, and John get selected to go up with Jesus. So they're just sitting at the bottom of the mountain, just like, how come we didn't get to go? And so when they come back down, they're like, hey, who's the greatest in the kingdom of the heaven? And so Jesus is just like, okay, I totally get it. You want to be top dog. And so he picks up a little child and he says, whoever humbles himself as this little child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. And that's just so humbling. Why? Because we need to be clothed in humility. And so it is so vital to exemplify humility in our life. We need to just be that. We need to be that. Kind of like the Beatitudes in Matthew 5. It's not do attitude, it is a be attitude. So when we go back to Matthew chapter 18, that is what he's talking about there. There's a whole bunch of different conversations that we took place in Matthew 18. One of them in Matthew 18 was in verse 22. In Matthew 18:22, hey, thank you, Monica. In Matthew 18, verse 22, it says, Jesus said to him, I do not say to you up to 7 times, but up to 70 times 7. So you have 70 times 7, which is 490. Now, what's interesting about that is we talked a lot about this during that one chapter when we covered it. But 490. Now, what's interesting about that is in Daniel chapter 9, verse 24, the scope of that the prophecy in Daniel is 490 years. Here, you see 70 times 7. Do you think Jesus just randomly just picked numbers and was like, I'm just going to spin the wheel and whatever the number lands on, that's what we're going for? No, he said this on purpose. Why? Well, if you go all the way back to when Israel got taken into captivity, when the Jews were taken into captivity in the Babylonian captivity, they were taken into captivity for 70 years. Now, why were they taken into captivity for 70 years? Why not 71 years? Well, if you trace that one back, what you'll find is that the Jewish people, they did not acknowledge the Sabbath. They did not allow the land to rest, or they didn't allow the land to rest, which was a Sabbath for the land. They were supposed to work the land for 6 years, and then on the 7th year, they were supposed to let the land rest. And so that was it. They were supposed to work it for 6 years, let the land rest for 1. Work the land 6 years, let the land rest for 1. And that's what they were supposed to do time and time again. Well, they didn't do that. And so since they didn't do that, 490 years go by, which means that they missed 70 Sabbaths. And so since they missed 70 Sabbaths, God's like, you know what? You owe me 70. And so that's why they go into Babylonian captivity for 70 years, because they didn't allow the land to rest for those 70 Sabbaths. And so that is why they go into the Babylonian captivity, and that's what Daniel is all talking about. And so they, Second Chronicles 36 will expound on that if you're interested. But really good stuff. Anyways, you see 70 times 7 here. There's connections to what he's actually talking about there as well. We talked about that during that chapter. It's a good chapter. Moving on to Matthew chapter 19. Matthew chapter 19 talks a lot about divorce, at least in the first half, or the first 12 verses or so. Divorce. Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Oh. What's up, the dude? How you doing, man?
Good, man. How are you? You said 11:30, right?
Yeah, I did. I was just going through the recap. We can stop right there. I was just trying to warm it up for you.
Oh, no, you're good, man.
All right. Well, the way we normally do, Paul, just in case, because I know you haven't been here before. Thanks, dude. We normally go do a recap, and so that's what I was in the middle of doing.
Finish it
And
up,
so,
man.
yeah, okay, yeah, I'll knock it out, and then I'll try to hurry it up a little bit, and then we'll get on into it. But Matthew chapter 19. Matthew chapter 19 talks a lot about divorce. That's a tough topic to speak on because there's a lot of hurting people out in the world. A very difficult thing to talk about, but they challenge Jesus here, and they challenge him with divorce. And there's two major ways of talking or thinking about divorce back during this time. And one of those ways was a reason that you could divorce your wife was for any reason that you wanted to. Thank you, Bridget. A second reason, or a second teaching back then for divorce-related excuses is for any reason whatsoever. So there's this divide in the Jewish world. You could divorce your wife for any reason, or it was only for sexual immorality. And so they try to trap Jesus during this encounter in Matthew chapter 19. And Jesus handles it masterfully. And he says, Moses didn't command you to divorce your wife. He permitted it. And so we talked a lot about examples on when it's okay to remarry. There seems to be 3 reasons when you are allowed to remarry. One of them being if there is sexual immorality. Another one is if your spouse dies, and another one is if you are both unbelievers and then you become a believer and then your unbelieving spouse leaves. Then you can remarry. That's what 1 Corinthians chapter 7 talks about. So that is good to know. Moving on to Matthew chapter 20, we talked about the laborers, and basically that the whole story, summarizing that, is basically saying, don't worry about your rewards. He's going to do what he wants with his rewards. Don't be complaining, because these disciples were basically saying, hey, who's going to be the greatest in the kingdom of heaven? And he's like, I'm going to do whatever I want to do. And so it's not anything we need to be worried about for the most part. But when we go to Matthew chapter 21, this is the one chapter that I think is really interesting to really dive into, because this marks the triumphal entry. So Jesus rides into town on a donkey, and you have all of these people laying palm branches down saying, Hosanna, blessed is the King who comes in the name of the Lord. They're quoting Psalm 118, verse 25 and 26. And so what's so interesting about that is to understand that they thought that he was fulfilling the Feast of the Tabernacles. Because in Leviticus 23, I think it is, Moses gives specific directions on what to do during the Feast of Tabernacles. During the Feast of Tabernacles, he instructs them to implement palm branches. And so that's what they were doing here when Jesus was riding in town on a donkey. They were laying down palm branches. Why? Because they thought he was fulfilling the Feast of Tabernacles. What is the Feast of Tabernacles all about? It's all about the millennial kingdom. They thought that when they saw Jesus, that they thought he was ushering in the kingdom. So that's why they were all pumped up. They're like, woo! But Jesus, what you see here in Matthew 21 is that like when you read Luke 19, after everybody's praising and saying hallelujah and all this kind of stuff, what you find is that Jesus doesn't say anything joyful. He actually weeps over the city. And he says, if you had only known even this your day. And so he speaks a judgment. It's not joyful. Why? Because he wasn't here to fulfill the Feast of Tabernacles. That's a fall feast. He's here to fulfill the Feast of Passover. That's what he was doing. And so they missed it. They messed up, kind of like in Matthew 17, when Peter wanted to build those 3 tabernacles, one for Jesus, Moses, and Elijah. Peter thought that the kingdom was about to show up because he saw the Mount of Transfiguration. He saw Jesus transfigured. He saw Moses and Elijah. and he's just trying to figure it out. But Peter was mistaken, and all of these people who were also mistaken. It's also good to remember that everybody here was like Jerusalem was just slammed packed because of Deuteronomy 16:16 required all able-bodied males to basically thank you, Jules, to be present in the place which God chose, and the place that God chose was Jerusalem. All right, so that's Matthew 21 in a nutshell. Matthew 22, we did that the other night, and so we can just go ahead and fly on by this. But I wanted to end it by going to Matthew 23, and then I'll introduce you guys to Paul. But in Matthew chapter 23, verse 37, Matthew chapter 23, verse 37, Matthew 23 is the last public message that Jesus does. It's the last public message, and he ends it by telling the Jews what they will say to petition his return. So in Matthew 23, remember, all the way up until this point, Jesus has been rejected at this point, and here he said, this is his last public message. He says, "Oh, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, the one who kills the prophets and stones those who are sent to her." But in verse 39, it says, "For I say to you, you shall see me no more till you say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord." So this is Jesus's last public message. He is telling them what they will say to petition his return, and this is what is going to spiral us into Matthew 24, which is known as the Olivet Discourse. What's interesting about this entire thing is that Jesus has three roles, in a sense. He's a prophet, he's a priest, and a king. So when Jesus was here during the first time, he was in the role of a prophet. He was if you read Matthew 24, he's going to tell us everything that's going to happen in the future. He's always letting us know. So then, now, what he's doing right now is he is in the role of a priest. Hebrews 8:1, we have such a high priest that is sitting at the right hand of God, right? Like that's what he's doing right now. He is interceding for you and I. And then in Matthew 24, what we're going to see is that when he returns during the second coming, he will be in the role of king. And so that is basically what's going on. So chapter 24 is going to describe the circumstances that are needed to petition his return, in a sense. So that is what I got for you guys, and I am done. Paul, thank you so much for being here, man. How are you doing?
Good, man. Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, I hear you good. Can you guys hear him? Pretty good?
Want to make sure because I got to go through my headphones. So,
gotcha. For those of you who do not know, this is Paul. You guys need to go follow him. Okay, cool. You guys can hear him. Awesome. This is Paul, and I'll let you tell him about yourself real fast if you want. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, man. Hey everybody. Great to meet you all, and thanks for having me on, man. I talk to Ryan a lot, actually. Well, not a ton, but we have really good conversations. I really love this dude. So just background, retired military, and then went into full-time ministry, basically. Plays out in a lot of different ways. Got to travel with some metal musicians across the country, just discipling them. Been able to go overseas, do ministry work over there. It's been a pretty crazy time since I've retired, and I've actually gotten involved in some stuff with the whole UAP thing with some people from my neck of the woods. So it's been very, very interesting to the way God's taken my special forces time and played it out in a ministry now. So but when I was retiring, my wife pushed me to get my master's in biblical studies because she's like, well, you're going to use it. And so I fortunately had a seriously amazing wife that supported me in going into ministry post-retirement. So yeah, that's kind of my background. The Bible is a hobby. Chuck Missler said, whenever you have a hobby, we probably spend tons of money on it. So why not make the Bible your hobby? And it really kind of hit me. And when I realized I was actually coming home from Afghanistan, and it was a total God thing because we got stuck, and you understand this, Ryan. We got stuck coming home from Afghanistan. We had our bird. They flew us into Manus. It's January, so it is -6 degrees with some negative ridiculous wind chill. But there was a company, a B team, so that was a company commander and sergeant major, and we were just a regular ODA. So we didn't have anything higher than a captain and a master sergeant. And they wanted to get home, so they flew us back into country in Bagram. said, "Hey, we've got you covered. Don't worry." And then they unloaded all our stuff, loaded their stuff off, and flew away, and nobody knew we were back in country. So they literally took our plane. But what God did is we were playing emulators, just waiting to leave, and we were playing Battletoads, me and my medic. And he said, "Hey, have you ever listened to Learn the Bible in 24 Hours?" I said, No, I've never even heard of it. And I really wasn't, I mean, I was a Christian, but I wasn't walking with the Lord at that time, really, like strongly, right? I always stood for my faith. I always trusted in Jesus. When people would talk about it, I would try to defend in a very piss poor manner. It was pathetic, man. And I just remember sitting there listening to that Learn the Bible in 24 Hours going, no way, no way, no way. Like, and I was just like, why have I never heard these things? Why have I never been taught these things?
Yeah.
And that's when I really began to fall in love with the text of Scripture. And from there, it's just been continuing on that process of learning and growing. And it's been crazy in that time period, as you know. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's the thing. So
Yeah. Well, that's cool, man. Well, for those of you guys who don't know, Paul has he's got a podcast that he does. It's called Warriors Rising, and he's got it linked in his TikTok, his bio. So if you just click on his name, you guys should go follow him. He's super smart, super sharp. He said that we talk on the phone quite a bit, or we've done that a handful of times, and it's always like at least an hour long conversation because that's just what happens when you start like throwing. But he's got a podcast. It's called Warriors Rising. It's on Spotify, and he just started a YouTube, and he does a really good job. Like, I mean, it literally like it blows my mind because like I just copy and paste these and throw these up on YouTube, but he's got like a whole thing going on, and I'm just like, man. So he's all of that is in his TikTok, so you guys should go check him out. He's super solid and
yeah.
like everything. So
and I'll, just so everybody knows, on the YouTube, what I'm doing is I'm doing a full summary of the Bible. So, the way I break it down is an intro to the Bible, then 2 sessions on the prophecies of the Messiah, a session on the biblical covenants, and then I just finished recording Genesis 1 and 2, and so just it's going to be a full summary from there, Genesis to Revelation, probably about 25 to 30 sessions. So that's there too. But again, appreciate you guys having me on. How do you what's your format? How do you run this usually?
yeah, no. I told him that we would just go through it. I pretty much follow your lead. I'm down to just listen and maybe interject and ask a question just to like maybe shine some light so you could expound on something maybe. But we go through it verse by verse, obviously, and
Okay.
so whenever you reference something, if you actually go there, maybe just say where you're going multiple times because everybody's like literally flipping through their Bibles
Yeah,
and so yeah, that's pretty much it
definitely.
though.
Okay. I think the best way to hit this is to hit um, to hit the first part of 24, and then we just read through. And we're going to have to go to Luke 21 too, just because that's obviously, there's a lot of confusion that actually there's a lot of confusion that comes about between, especially when you look at like preterism, and preterism is the belief that eschatology, most of the majority of Revelation has already occurred, that these things here in Matthew 24 have already occurred. So Daniel 9 is fulfilled. So
Hey, Paul, hold on one
yeah,
second. People are saying, are you gonna turn your camera on at all, or is there a way to
I
like,
can.
is there a way to split the screen so people can see you? I don't know how to do that.
Dude, you're asking the wrong guy.
I did something. Okay,
Okay.
I have no idea what I'm doing here. Wait, is
Uh,
there? Well, maybe chat. Like, do you guys know if like I can have half the screen and he can have half the screen? Do you guys know? Or
there should be a way. You're It's your podcast, man, or it's your TikTok, dude. You're the dude that there's a way to
um,
do it. I just have no clue how.
all right. Andrew says yes. What do I do? How do I split it? If we can both be. Oh yeah, come on up, Andrew. Maybe you can explain it to me. Hold on. Let me get Andrew up here. I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know how to do that. Okay, there. Okay, he asked. Okay, he'll come up. All right. Um.
Can you hear me, buddy?
Yeah. What's up, man?
All right. So when you down there where it says multi-guest,
Guess. Yeah, I
like where
see
you bring,
guess.
where you see me like request
Ah,
that says multi-guest.
yeah.
To the right of your profile, you'll see a square box, and when you
Okay.
click that, it'll rearrange the type of format you have. Now, if you hit,
Oh,
I think there's a gear there too, right beside the square box.
Yeah, there's a gear. Yep.
All right, if you click that, that'll be your settings, and you can switch the format of the grid.
Oh, okay. Okay. So there's panel, there's grid.
So
Okay,
put it
maybe.
on panel. Well, panel's what you got it on now. Put it on grid, and it should go to three boxes.
Okay.
Okay, I'll drop
oh.
out, and it'll just be you two.
You're
Okay,
a wizard.
10 pound brain right there.
yeah. God bless you guys, and I'm interested.
All right, man. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it. You're a wizard, Harry.
That's
All right.
funny. Okay. So I think, yeah, I think the best way to break this one down is we'll start in 24, hit the key point leading into what Jesus says, then just read through everything that Jesus says, and then go back, because that way we get a good flavor of it. Just my thoughts, if you're good with that.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Awesome.
I'm gonna be Barnabas for you right now.
All right. So beginning in Matthew 24, then Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came up to show him the buildings of the temple. And Jesus said to them, "Do you not see all these things? Assuredly, I say to you, not one stone shall be left here upon another that shall not be thrown down." Now, as he sat on the Mount of Olives, and that's key, note that, the disciples came to him privately, saying, "Tell us, when will these things be? And what will be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age?" Now, what's really important right there, and this is where people tend to get mixed up between this and Luke 21, they just asked three different questions. When will these things occur? The destruction of the temple. What is the sign of your coming and of the end of the age? Because the Jews saw two different ages, this age and the one that is to come, the Messianic age. So they're asking three separate questions. Jesus answered them, "Take heed that no one deceives you. For many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ, or the Messiah, and will deceive many. And you will hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that you are not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet." Okay, so now this is key right here. So basically what he said, the end is not yet. For nation will rise against nation, kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines, pestilences, and earthquakes in various places. All these things are the beginning of sorrows. Then they will deliver you up to tribulation and kill you, and you will be hated by all nations for my namesake. And then many will be offended and will betray one another, and they will hate one another. Then many false prophets will rise up and deceive many, and because lawlessness will abound, the love of many will grow cold. But he who endures to the end shall be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom will be preached in all the world as a witness to all the nations, and then the end will come. So we'll stop there because I want to go to Luke 21 to mirror this.
Okay.
Okay. Now, notice he was speaking on the Mount of Olives. Beginning in verse 5, then as some spoke of the temple, how it was adorned with beautiful stones and donations, he said, "These things which you see, the days will come in which not one stone will be left upon another, and they shall not be thrown down." So they asked him, saying, "Teacher, but when will these things be? What will be the sign when these things are about to take place?" So Matthew, right there's making a distinction. Luke is specifically focusing on the fall of the temple, because that's what he focuses on right there. That's the question he asks. Even though three were asked in Matthew, only one is written here. And now similar. "Take heed that you be not deceived, for many will come in my name, saying, I am he, and the time has drawn near, therefore do not go after them. But when you hear of wars, rumors, and commotions, do not be terrified, for these things must come to pass first, but the end will not come immediately." Then he said, "Nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be great earthquakes in various places, famines, pestilences, and there will be fearful signs and great signs from heaven. But before all these things, they will lay hands on you and persecute you and deliver you up to the synagogues and prisons. You will be brought before kings and rulers for my name's sake, but it will turn out for you as an occasion for testimony. Therefore, settle in your hearts not to meditate beforehand on what you will answer, for I will give you a mouth and wisdom which all your adversaries will not be able to contradict or resist. You will be betrayed even by parents and brothers, relatives, friends, and they will put some of you to death. And you will be hated by all for my name's sake. But not a hair of your head shall be lost. By your patience or your endurance, possess your souls. Okay, so very, very similar. Now, both of them use this thing. When you hear of wars, rumors of wars, see that you are not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. So basically, he's saying, look, these are not signs. These wars, these rumors of wars, pestilences, famines, diverse places, these are not signs. Therefore, or a for, always look for those things, because that is pointing back to what was just stated. For nation will rise against nation. Went through that. So he's saying these are non-signs. Verse 9, then they will. So Matthew is speaking about these things that are non-signs, then they will. So he's talking about what occurs after those things. Now turn to Luke 21. Nation will rise against nation, kingdom against kingdom, earthquakes, various places, famines, pestilences, fearful sights. But before all these, so now we have these non-signs, this group of things that are non-signs, they're still major, but Matthew says, then shall they. So he's dealing with what comes after those. Luke is dealing with what comes before them. And that's where people get confused, because Jesus is in the temple teaching here in Luke 21. Matthew's teaching on the Mount of Olives. So he's teaching, these are two separate places that he's talking. And that's where people get confused, because they seem very similar. And when it talks about the temple, and we'll get into that, they are also similar. But the big key takeaway is Matthew is talking about the 70th seven of Daniel, that final 7-year period. Luke is talking about the 70 AD judgment. So are you tracking? Is that making sense?
Yeah, no, I'm tracking. When you start reading, when you flip back and forth, if you could just say what verse you're at.
Yeah. So specifically,
I know where you're at.
Matthew 24 verse 9 is the then they will deliver you up. Luke 21 verse 12 says, but before all these.
Yeah. Okay. And you said something about you said Jesus is in the temple. He's teaching in the temple when he's in Luke.
Yep. Because that's what it says in verse
37, right?
Verse 5. 21:5. Then some of them spoke of the temple, how it was adorned. Where was he? And he looked up at verse 1, saw the gifts of the rich putting their gifts in the treasury. He saw a certain poor person. He states this about how they offered more out of the poverty. Then as some spoke of the temple, how it was adorned. So it states they're looking at the temple. He's talking about how it's adorned, and that's when he starts talking about this.
Yeah. So what I think is important to understand for those, because we got a mixture of people in here, people who are new, people who are actually really educated too. So it's a mixture. Just so for those who don't know, Matthew 24, Mark 13, and Luke 21, from a normal person's point of view, I suppose, people think that they're all talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
But they're not talking about the same thing. There's subtle differences inside each text, and so that is what we're trying to unpack, and we're trying to highlight the differences right now. So that's what Paul was talking about. He says one says then, and then in Luke it says before. So that's what he was talking about there.
Yeah. So Matthew 24, going back to that, okay. Again, the 3 questions were asked in Matthew 24. When will the destruction of the temple take place? What is the sign of your coming and the sign of the end of the age? Matthew is going to answer the second and third question.
Mm-hmm.
Luke is going to answer the first question. When is the temple going to be destroyed? And that's where people get confused, because they sound very similar, because the temple there's stuff that occurs in the temple in both of these. So focusing again back to Matthew 24, we'll start at verse 7. Nation will rise against nation, kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines, pestilences, and earthquakes in various places. All these things are the beginning of sorrows. And so these are like the birth pangs. Hey, these things, they're starting, right? So these are just kind of like the starting of the birth pangs. Like anybody that's had a kid or any husband who has had a wife who has had a child understands, what they go through when they start to go into labor. So then verse 9, then they will deliver you up. So after these non-signs, after these things occur, then they're going to. Talks about being betrayed. He who endures to the end will be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom will be preached in all the world as a witness to all nations, and then the end will come. And so here we see this idea. And when we talk about the gospel of the kingdom, we have to understand it from a first century Jewish perspective. The gospel of the kingdom is not the same necessarily that we think of. The gospel, as we define it, is in 1 Corinthians 15, verse 3 through 4. That Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he rose the third day according to the scriptures. In a first century Jewish mindset, because gospel just means good news. That's what it means in the Greek. We use that term. But to a first century Jewish mind, as soon as they hear the kingdom, their mind is instantly going to go to the Old Testament, talking and understand it as, the Messianic kingdom as was developed throughout the entirety of the Old Testament. Does that make sense? So basically, he's talking about the gospel of the kingdom, because when we talk about Jesus, we can't, or at least we shouldn't, get away from the fact that him as the Jewish Messiah is the King of Israel who will rule on the earth. And so kind of like embedded in the whole thing of Jesus being the Messiah, being the Christ, yes, he died for our sins. Yes, he rose again the third day. But it also, the entirety of the message, in a sense, once you believe in him, what you should do is accept the fact that, hey, he is going to reign on the earth and fulfill all the messianic prophecies, not just of the first coming, but of the second coming, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and like when you get born again, you're automatically you automatically enter into that kingdom, and this is not our home. We are not citizens down here. We are citizens of that kingdom.
Right. Exactly. My kingdom is not of this world. Yep. Right. So this is where it really hits hard. Verse 15, therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, whoever reads, let him understand. Now, this requires that if you are reading this, you are called to understand what Daniel is talking about. So we're going to now flip back to Daniel. Have you already talked about this before?
Oh, once? Yeah. We've been in Daniel quite a bit. So
Daniel's
hopefully
so fun.
Yeah, oh man. Just talk to them though, like they don't know, because there's people in here who don't know, and so if you boil it down as simple as you can, then that'll help out everybody.
Okay. So in Daniel in Daniel 9. So I'll set the context for this because it also is how we can know that this is speaking of 7-year periods. So in verse 1 of Daniel 9, it says, in the first year of Darius, the son of Ahasuerus, of the lineage of the Medes, who was made king over the realm of the Chaldeans, in the first year of his reign, I, Daniel, understood by the books the number of years specified by the word of the Lord through Jeremiah the prophet, that he would accomplish 70 years in the desolation of Jerusalem. Then I set my face toward the Lord God to make request by prayer and supplication and fasting and ashes. And what he does, and I prayed to the Lord my God, and I made confession. And so what he begins to do throughout the chapter is to confess the sins of the nation. Now, why? Well, he understands from Jeremiah that the 70 years is almost over. But because he also was reading Jeremiah, he also had read Jeremiah 3. Granted, he didn't have the chapters. So if you turn to Jeremiah 3, verse 11, and we'll start at Jeremiah 3, verse 11, and I'll give people time to turn there.
Got it.
Then the Lord said to me, backsliding Israel has shown herself more righteous than treacherous Judah. Go and proclaim these words toward the north and say, return, backsliding Israel, says the Lord. I will not cause my anger to fall on you, for I am merciful, says the Lord. I will not remain angry forever. Only acknowledge your iniquity, that you have transgressed against the Lord your God and have scattered your charms to alien deities under every green tree, and you have not obeyed my voice, says the Lord. Return, O backsliding children, says the Lord, for I am married to you. I will take you, one from a city and two from a family, and I will bring you to Zion. I will give you shepherds according to my heart, who will feed you with knowledge and understanding. Then it shall come to pass, when you are multiplied and increased in the land in those days, says the Lord, that they will say no more, the ark of the covenant of the Lord. It shall not come to mind, nor shall they remember it, nor shall they visit it, nor shall it be made any more. At that time Jerusalem shall be called the throne of the Lord, and all the nations shall be gathered to it, to the name of the Lord, to Jerusalem. No more shall they follow the dictates of their evil heart. In those days the house of Judah will walk with the house of Israel, and they shall come together out of the land of the north to the land that I have given as an inheritance to your fathers. So here we see, talking of the Messianic kingdom, with both Israel and Judah, so the entirety of the Jewish people back in the land, Jesus ruling over them, Messiah ruling over them, but it is contingent on their confession. It doesn't state what the confession is specifically, other than their sins.
Mm-hmm.
So Daniel here is reading Jeremiah. He understands the 70-year captivity is almost over. So he then goes to prayer, confessing the sins of the nation, saying, because in his mind he's like thinking, 70-year captivity almost over, we confess our sins, Messianic kingdom will be established. Well, that's when Gabriel shows up, and he does a play on words, beginning in verse 24. A lot of translations say 70 weeks, but the word in the Hebrew is 7. So it's saying 77s. And that's why we know it's talking about year periods, because in Daniel's mind, he's thinking, 70 years, confess our sins, Messianic kingdom. Gabriel shows up, says, no, it's not 70 years, it's 77s of years, and the Messianic kingdom will be established. 77s, 77-year periods, are determined for your people, for your holy city, to finish the transgression, to make an end of sins, to make reconciliation for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness. And the only time that would occur would be in the Messianic kingdom.
Yep.
To seal up vision and prophecy, and basically that means to complete, to end all vision and prophecy. It's all fulfilled at that point. And to anoint the most holy. And that is, in the Jewish mind, that's the that's the Holy of Holies. And then we have the prophecy of when the Messiah will come. Know therefore and understand from the going forth of the command to restore and build Jerusalem until the Messiah, the Prince, will be 7 sevens and 62 sevens. So right there, it gives the timeline. The first 69 7-year periods culminate with the presentation of the Messiah. So saying, hey, this is when the Messiah is going to come. Now, that is why in Luke 19, when Jesus says, if you had known in this your day the things that make for your peace, but now they're hidden from your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes through declaring the 70 AD judgment, and he says, because you did not know the time of your visitation. He held them accountable to recognize that that was the day the Messiah was prophesied to present himself. So we have here the first 69 sevens. And then in verse 26, it says, and after the 62 weeks, the Messiah will be cut off, but not for himself. And the people of the prince who is to come will destroy the city and the sanctuary. The end of it shall be with a flood, and till the end of the war, desolations are determined. So the culmination of that 483 years, it ends with the presentation of the Messiah, which Jesus fulfilled when he rode in on the donkey.
Mm-hmm.
All we know about that time period after that is that the Messiah is going to be killed and Jerusalem is going to be destroyed.
Yeah, I think that's so crazy because like all the way back here, like when you think of like where in the Old Testament does it say the Messiah is going to be killed? Like, you might go to Isaiah 53. Like that's like the most common thing. But in Daniel,
Yeah,
Daniel's like a great one because it tells you right here that the Messiah shall be cut off, which means he's going to be killed. And
yeah,
so just to reiterate what you're saying, there's a circle of 490 years. That is the entire package. But when
yes,
Jesus showed up, he fulfilled 483 years. And
yes,
so the clock started on the prophetic timeline right when the command was sent forth to rebuild the city. And the
yes,
clock stops right when Jesus rides into town on the donkey. He was there right when he was supposed to be there. He fulfilled it
yep,
right when it was needed to be fulfilled. And then that is what he's talking about in Luke 19 when Jesus weeps over Jerusalem because they they missed the time of their visitation.
yep, yep. And then Daniel 9:27 states, "Then he shall confirm a covenant with many for 1/7." So we have a break here. The first 69 sevens, first 483 years, ends with the presentation of the Messiah. The second, that final 7 year period, there's a break. That final 7 year period does not start until this person confirms a covenant with the many. Now, the he, that's the pronoun. We have to look at the antecedent.
In verse 27.
So then he shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week, but in the middle of the week he will bring an end to sacrifice and offering. Well, the he is the prince who is to come that will destroy the city and the sanctuary. So that is not a good person. So this is talking about the end world leader, the Antichrist.
Yeah, the abomination of desolation that
So
we were
right.
reading.
So right here, so basically, this end world leader, who we tend to call who we call the Antichrist, he makes a covenant with Israel for 1/7 year period. But in the middle of that, 3.5 years in, he breaks it, and it says he puts an end to sacrifice and offering. Now, what that means is at that time in the future, there's going to be Mosaic sacrifices that are being carried out in a temple. And this is why people get confused on these two passages with Matthew and Luke, because they say, oh, that was destroyed. They put an end to sacrifice and offering in 70 AD. And there's actually people on X and a lot of Christians who say there's never going to be a temple built again. Well, what's interesting about that is because the majority of the church throughout the last 2,000 years stated Israel will never be a nation again. They didn't believe the literal fulfillment of prophecies in the Old Testament about Israel being regathered back into the land. They said it was allegorical. So, but it clearly states that this is going to occur. There's going to be basically three things are required for the end. And for what occurs in Matthew 24 to take place in Daniel 9, Israel has to be in the land, they have to have Jerusalem, and they have to have a standing temple. Now, right now, they've got two of those three, and they're prepped and ready to go on the temple pretty much.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, they are just waiting for the green light, and it is just going to be up, which is wild because of everything that's happening over in Israel right now. I mean, it is a powder over there, man.
Well, and the thing is too is they have the ability to build that temple. From what I was talking to some people that do a lot of work over there, they said it's basically like a Lego set where they can have it up in like 3 days.
I know it's not. It's like some people think it's going to take years and years and years to build. No, dude, they got all the pieces right now. It's a puzzle for them.
So, jumping back to Matthew 24. So now everybody understands. Hey, all we know from this is the abomination of desolation is spoken by Daniel the prophet, and what that really involves. Oh, wait, hang on a second. I might have missed something on that. Let me just double check. I'm going to double check. It's late. I apologize.
I know, dude.
Okay.
I feel bad for you. Just so you know, I
didn't
say
you're good. You're good.
Well, I was going to tell you at the beginning before you even started, you are under no obligation to be here for a certain amount of time. Dude. So, like, I know you sleep normal hours, which I'm just jealous about. You know, I'm just jealous over here.
So I'll just continue on Daniel 9:27. And on the wing of abomination shall be one who makes desolate, even until the consummation or the end, which is determined, is poured out on the desolate. So basically, the abomination that makes desolate, that is the idea of an idol being erected in the Holy of Holies. Now, we can actually get more detail about this, again, because this is all tying around Matthew 24, verse 15. When you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, standing in the holy place, we can actually get more insight into this in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2.
Also, I kind of wanted to. Do you mind if I interject real fast?
No,
Just
go, Ben.
before this? Yeah. So while we're in Daniel, Daniel 11:31 kind of expounds a little bit more on this abomination of desolation. So what Jesus was talking about is when you see the abomination of desolation standing in the holy place. What is an abomination of desolation? That sounds like a word. Those are things that people don't say. Like that's not common terminology. But in Daniel 11, verse 31, you get a little bit more detail because in Daniel 11:31 it says, "And forces shall be mustered by him, and they shall defile the sanctuary fortress. Then they shall take away the daily sacrifices and place there the abomination of desolation."
Yep. I totally missed that.
So that is what Jesus is redirecting us back towards. He's talking about this abomination of desolation, which was a guy named Antiochus Epiphanes. Antiochus Epiphanes was a bad news dude. He was bad news bears, and he was a type of Antichrist because he went into the holy place and he erected a statue of Zeus inside the holy place, not just the holy place, but the holy of holy place. And so that is what Jesus is redirecting our attention back to. He says, hey guys, when you see that, which was spoken by Daniel, so he authenticates Daniel by redirecting us back to him. He's wanting our attention to go focus on what that was. What was the abomination of desolation that Daniel talked about? Well, it's a foreshadow of the future Antichrist.
Yeah, he sacrificed a pig on the altar. It was pretty bad. It started the whole revolt back then.
Yeah, man.
And that's where you can read about that in the book of Maccabees. 2 Thessalonians 2, verse 3. And notice the repetition by Paul and Jesus. Let no one deceive you. Do not be deceived. How do you avoid deception? Right? Obviously, you got to know the text.
That's right. Thy word is a lamp unto my feet.
But let no one deceive you by any means, for that day will not come unless the falling away comes first, and the man of sin is revealed, the son of perdition, who opposes and exalts himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he sits as God in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. So part of this whole thing that's going to take place when he sets up the abomination of desolation, sets up an idol in the Holy of Holies, is he's also going to declare himself as God in the temple. So there's a lot that goes on in that process.
Yeah, and in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 4, where it says in the temple of God, that's specifically like that word that's used there in Greek is the literal Holy of Holies, not just the holy place, but the Holy of Holies. He's giving you specifics.
Yes. Let me check that real quick.
What are you looking at?
Oh, nothing. I was just throwing the Greek up just to see what it says.
Oh. Yeah, what's the word? I can't pull my phone up. I'm using it right now. Man, this rain is killing me right now. I wonder, is there anybody in here who's actually getting affected like big time by this rain? I mean, people are getting
we got nailed it. Tennessee got nailed, man. Tennessee got nailed. So back to Matthew 24. So now we've got the abomination of desolation is spoken by Daniel the prophet. Like you said, Daniel 11, Daniel 9. So we know this takes place in a final 7-year period after a covenant is initiated. This has not taken place yet. And again, note a big key to take away again is this is not the church. This is not a group of people other than Israel, because it says 77s are determined for your people. That's Daniel's people, the Jews, and for your holy city, that is Jerusalem. And so he states that whoever reads, let him understand. Now you guys understand, and that is a responsibility on the reader.
Yeah, man. Like what I told you before, have you not read? Do you not know?
Yep.
Those are serious phrases right
Yes,
there.
exactly. So this is where it gets key again, focusing on the fact that this is speaking to the Jews. Let him who is in the house top not go down to take anything out of his house. Let him who is in the field not go back to get his clothes. But woe to those who are pregnant and to those who are nursing babies in those days. Pray that your flight may not be in winter or in the Sabbath. Now, the reason that it's not in the winter is due to the fact that rainy season.
Yep.
Not easy to get out. Pray that it's not on the Sabbath. Why would, if it's to the church or Christians, why would we care if it's on the Sabbath or not? You know, we celebrate Sunday due to the resurrection, but the Sabbath is still Saturday, and they shut everything down. All transportation shut down, all that stuff. So to just spin all that transportation back up, that's not an easy thing, because everybody's on Sabbath.
Mm-hmm.
When you go to Israel, everything shuts down. It's Friday night.
Yeah, that's crazy.
For then there will be great tribulation, such as not been seen since the beginning of the world until this time, no, nor shall ever be. So right here, this is where we get the term great tribulation. Specifically, what we call the great tribulation is not the full 77s. The great tribulation is this last 3.5 years, because he states, right, when you see the abomination of desolation, just you need to split, get out, pray that it's not in the winter or in the Sabbath, for then there will be great tribulation. So the detail really matters here, that this is specifically talking about that last 3.5 years. And unless those days were shortened, no flesh would be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days would be shortened. Now, I'm going to pull something up real quick. Where is this? There it is. This term gets confused a lot. For the elect's sake, those days will be shortened. So people instantly think, oh, this is, hang on a second. Oops. Sorry. Whoops. Let me fix this real quick.
Take your time. Yeah, no.
I'm sorting this because I have an election spreadsheet that goes through all the chosen elect for the entirety of the Bible.
Hey, thanks, Jackie.
Sort.
Yeah. So this what we've been reading about in Matthew 24 is about this 7-year period of tribulation. There's going to be 7 years of tribulation. It's divided in between 3.5 years of tribulation and then 3.5 years of great tribulation. So there's a distinction, there's a difference, there's a very specific difference between the 3.5 years and then the other 3.5 years. Yeah. This great tribulation that we're talking about here, which is where we're at now in Matthew 24, verse 21, what starts the great tribulation is when the covenant is broken, when he goes into that temple and he basically breaks that covenant. So that is what is what that Daniel 9:27 is talking about. He says he's going to confirm a covenant for 1 7-year period, and then in the middle of that 7-year period, it's going to be broken, and that's going to begin the Great Tribulation, which is crazy.
Oh my goodness!
Are you still looking for this election?
I've got it. I'm trying to figure out where this darn thing is. That's that's Ephesians. That's New Testament. All right, let me pull this up. So, where's Israel?
I'll respond to Colleen real fast. She said that
Yeah, go ahead.
Colleen said that she learned it was 5 months. The Bible, this is one of those times that the Bible is ridiculously precise. The Bible talks about this time period being 42 months, 1260 days, time and half a times, or 3.5 years. They're all saying the exact same thing. So I don't know where they got the 5 months from. I'd be curious to see what your thoughts were on that, Colleen, or if you had a reason why they taught you 5 months, but it's very clearly 3.5 years. All right, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah. So, Lainey, real quick, what we know about the first part, that first 3.5 years, we know that there's peace in Israel. We know there's a covenant that's made. They're able to carry out the Mosaic sacrifices. And then based on what occurs after that 3.5 years, we get more information here in Matthew 24. And this is also, there's a discussion about how many of the judgments in Revelation are specifically that last 3.5 years. How many are the first 3.5 years? There's variances. Here's the big thing. It's going to happen. And that's really what hammers hard. I can see evidence for it being more Revelation, some of the stuff being more focused on the last 3.5 years, but honestly, we just don't fully know. But that's specifically Revelation 6 through the end, up to 19 when Jesus comes back. But it says, and in those days, in verse 22, unless those days were shortened, no flesh would be saved, but for the elect's sake, those days will be shortened. And all through the Old Testament, in multiple places, God calls Israel his elect, or Jacob his elect. And when it says the name Jacob, that's referencing the Jewish people. So Isaiah 65:9, I will bring forth the seed out of Jacob and out of Judah, an inheritor of the mountains, and mine elect shall inherit it. My people, my chosen. I thought I had this. David. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, I see what I did. I screwed up. Okay. And thy servant is in the midst of thy people, which thou hast chosen, a great people that cannot be numbered nor counted for multitude. 1 Kings 3:8. So right there, calling Israel God's chosen. Deuteronomy 14. You are a holy people to the Lord your God, and the Lord has chosen you to be a peculiar people to himself. He chose their seed after them. Deuteronomy 10:15. And Isaiah, for the Lord will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel. In the day when I chose Israel, Ezekiel 20, verse 5. Isaiah 45:4, for Jacob my servant's sake, and Israel mine elect. And there's a ton more of these, but basically, when it talks about for the elect's sake, that is talking specifically about the Jews, not the Christians. That's not, we're not talking about the preloaded term that comes in some theologies of the elect. Specifically, it is talking here, again, first century Jewish context, speaking to a Jewish audience. Everybody would understand, oh, this is Israel. So for Israel's sake, those days are going to be shortened because otherwise nobody would be left alive. Then if anyone says to you, look, here is Christ, or there, do not believe it. For false Christs and false prophets will rise and show great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. And so right there, again, it's saying, look, they could even deceive the Jews, who are at that point, due to what has gone on, like Ezekiel 38 and 39, with them being supernaturally protected from that massive attack on them. One of the things that we learn as you study the Old Testament, due to some of the miraculous things that occur, a lot of the nation, a lot of the Jews are actually going to start to pursue the Lord and turn to the Lord. Most Jews are agnostic, atheist. There are Orthodox, but they're a smaller actual number. Many Jews are agnostic. Yes, there are Messianic Jews, but that's actually a very small minority. And even those that are practicing Jews, it's more just kind of a name. They do these things by tradition. They'll train their kids up. They'll teach them Torah. They'll teach them to read Hebrew. They'll teach them to read the Tanakh. But really, they aren't strong followers. They don't really, a lot of them, I can talk to them, don't actually believe. It's kind of like, again, just tradition, It's our heritage. But due to some of the things that are going to occur prior to these events taking place, a lot of them are, it seems, are going to turn to the Lord, but they won't turn to Christ. So they'll, especially when the temple gets reinstated, that's when you're going to have like the massive Mosaic sacrifices going on. They're going to return to Judaism. It says, verse 25, "See, I have told you beforehand. Therefore, if they say to you, 'Look here, he is in the desert,' do not go out. Or 'Look, he is in the inner rooms,' do not believe it. For as lightning comes from the east and flashes to the west, so shall the coming of the Son of Man be." So basically what he's saying is, hey, look, you don't go to these places to seek out somebody that's claiming to be the Messiah. When the Messiah comes again, it's going to be instantaneous, just like lightning strikes. It's very fast. So he's saying, look, this is how it's going to occur.
Yeah. Just real quick, somebody,
Yeah.
Angelo is asking, are you saying the Gentile Christian will not be raptured? I sure hope not, because I'm going. No, he's not saying that at all.
No.
We believe in a pre-tribulation rapture, or at least I do. I'm pretty sure Paul does too, right?
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, we believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. I don't know. Just to make that clear. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Paul.
No, you're good, man.
I think you were about to go into verse 28, which was talking about this eagles gather.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you cover that one, because that you explained that so well. I thought it was so cool.
Well, I figured, I thought it was pretty neat. So let's go to Luke 17 real fast. Luke 17 verse 37, and let's read it from Luke's account, because in Luke 17 verse 37, which is similar but different. But in Luke 17 verse 37, it says, "And they answered and said to him, 'Where, Lord?' So he said to them, 'Wherever the body is, there the eagles will be gathered together.'" And so you have two things in this verse, which I think is important to really zoom in on. And so when animals are used in the Bible, it's often symbolic of something else. We see the birds of the air in Matthew 13 that are landing in the mustard tree. Those birds represent evil agents. Birds aren't always evil. We see an eagle in Revelation 12 picking up Israel and carrying them off into the wilderness. But here in Luke 17 verse 37, where it says, "Wherever the body is, there the eagles will be gathered," the eagle here, it's often used as a symbol of nations. We can use these animals as a symbol of nations, and we see an example of that real fast. If you guys wanted to go look to Isaiah 34, we'll see an example of that in Isaiah 34 verse 7. Isaiah 34 verse 7. In Isaiah 34 verse 7, it says, "The wild oxen shall come down with them, and the young bulls with the mighty bulls. Their land shall be soaked with blood, and their dust saturated with fatness." So those are Gentile nations. So animals are symbolic, at least in this picture, what I'm proposing to you. At least it's, you can be the judge of it. It seems that this eagle that is mentioned in Luke 17 is symbolic of the nations. And so if this eagle represents the nations, then what does the body represent in Luke 17? Because you have the eagle and you have the body. So the body seems to represent Israel. Now, why is that significant? Because in Ezekiel chapter 37, what we find is that there is these dry bones. Now, those dry bones are given life, and that's obviously a picture of Israel. So you have the body in this model represented by Israel, and you have the eagles representing as the Gentile nations. Now, so you have Gentile nations and you have Israel on the same plane, but what does that mean? Well, wherever the body is, that is where the Gentile nations will be, and wherever the Gentile armies gather, that is where the place will be where the second coming is going to occur. And this takes you all the way down this rabbit hole of Isaiah chapter 63, which is all about where Isaiah sees this man coming from Edom. And that is all talking about the event that takes place at Basra. If you guys want to go to Isaiah 63 real fast, we can just look over it just real quickly. But in Isaiah 63, verse 1, Isaiah chapter 63, verse 1, it says this in Isaiah 63, 1, it says, "Who is this who comes from Edom with dyed garments from Basra? The one who is glorious in his apparel, traveling in the greatness of his strength. And then Jesus answers and he says, I who speak in righteousness, mighty to save. So what you see here is Isaiah sees a man who is covered in red. And then Jesus, if you could keep on reading in Isaiah 63, what you find is that Jesus just got done slaughtering all of these Gentile nations. And so when you think about the context, or at least a model, an option for you to at least to consider, you have the carcass or body, and you have the eagles. So you have the eagles, the Gentile nations showing up where the carcass is, the body, what's left of Israel, and that seems to be what that is a picture of. Now you can be the judge on if that fits your image that you're trying to paint in your own mind, but that seems to be the most sense to me. So there you go, Paul. What do you think about that?
Yeah,
You think
I like it.
Does that fit?
I've got to do more study on that. I think it fits, but
Yeah.
again, I've got to do more study on it.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was really neat because I was listening to Arnold Fruchtenbaum, which I've told you guys about him.
Yeah.
Missler, Arnold Fruchtenbaum, Adrian Rogers. I'm a big fan. But I was listening to Fruchtenbaum and he said that, and I was just like, whoa. I was like, that makes so much sense. I'm like, that makes the most sense out of everything I've heard before. So that's why I'm sticking with that one. But all right, man, I'll go for it.
Yeah.
Give it.
Immediately after the tribulation of those days, verse 29 in Matthew 24. So we've gone, Jesus has given non-signs, because remember, he's asking, what are the signs he's answering the questions, what are the signs of your coming and of the end of the age? So he's giving signs here, if that makes sense. Hey, you're going to be attacked, false prophets are going to arise, you're going to see the abomination of desolation. So boom, right? When you see that, this is a big key thing here. Hey, this is the sign of my coming. This is a sign of the end of the age. This is occurring. So we can't get lost from the fact that he's answering those two questions in this passage. That when this stuff is happening, when this is, man, it's the coming. This is a sign of my coming. This is a sign of the end of the age as it is now. Then it says, immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of the earth will be shaken, of the heavens will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. Then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And so here, after all this craziness, Jesus is going to come back. There's going to be absolute chaos in the realm that we live in the sky, in the heavens. We don't fully understand what this is going to look like. And it says he's going to come with clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And Jude actually talks about this. So if everybody wants to turn to Jude, one little chapter book, which is one of my favorite books.
It's what chapter in Jude?
It's only one chapter. Verse, where is it? (14). Now Enoch, the seventh from Adam, prophesied about these men, also saying, behold, the Lord comes with 10,000s of his saints. And really the word 10,000s, that's myriads. So that's like tons. To execute judgment on all, to convict all who are ungodly among them of all their ungodly deeds, which they have committed in an ungodly way, and of all the harsh things which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. So what we see here is he's coming with myriads of his saints. So we come back with him. So go back to chapter 24 of Matthew. So he's coming. The Lord is coming. We have chaos. We've had absolute chaos going on in a sense. There's going to be a lot of, basically, don't be deceived. Don't follow after the false teachers, the false prophets that are going to arise during this time period. There's, after the tribulation of those days, you're going to have the sun not give off its light. And I don't think we have understanding of how chaotic that will be. The powers of the heavens will be shaken. And then the sign of the Son of Man is going to appear in the sky, and Christ will come back. And he will send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they will gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to another. And so here, there's different interpretations of this. This is kind of one of those, like, do your own research, come to your own conclusions.
Yeah.
Some people see this as the gathering of Israel in totality. Some people see this as a gathering because it says he's going to gather his elect from the four winds of heaven. Some people see this as the rapture. Some people see this as a gathering of the saints to come down. So you've got to kind of do your own research and see where you fall.
Let me ask you something, Paul. In Matthew 24, the chapter that we're diving into, do you personally see the rapture anywhere in Matthew 24? You don't have to answer if you haven't considered that
I see
before.
it more in 25. I believe it's 25, if I remember correctly. My brain's starting to misfire on where things are. Dadgummit.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's interesting about the elect being gathered because that kind of makes you think of,
Well,
Isaiah.
again, and this is where I have to say we have to look at what is the first century Jewish context. All Jews would hear that and say, "Oh, the elect, the Jews." So that's one of the things, is that we've got 2,000 years of Christianity that is formed, very westernized, very, we tend to think of things with a very Western mindset. We have to think of this from a Jewish perspective, because Jesus was speaking to Jews. Because he was speaking to Jews, we have to take it in the context, in the time period in which he spoke it. The Bible is for us, but it is not all about us.
Yep.
Right? Romans 15:4. Whatsoever things were written aforetime are written for our learning, that we through the patience and the comfort of the scriptures might have hope. So we learn, we grow, we learn the lessons, so we don't repeat. But ultimately, what does it say? That we might have hope. And that's one of the things that I find is so interesting and really is encouraging to me, is that when you look at like Romans 5 with tribulation and endurance and all these things, the end of these things is hope. Romans 15:4, these things were written for our learning, that we might have hope. So hope is really, when we talk about being a mature Christian, one of the things that we have to ask ourselves, we talk about, sin, how are you doing with your relationship with Christ? How are you doing with, not sinning? Or we name these things that are kind of standard. But I think a good question we can ask ourselves and ask each other and hold each other accountable to is, or just check on each other, like, how are you in that area of hope? Do you have hope? Maybe not, hope of the situation you're in, that it could get better. Hope of what we're looking forward to, being with the Lord, that we don't have to endure these things anymore. Hope is a very, very marked thing. It's called the blessed hope. Yeah. You know what I mean? Looking forward to the blessed hope. That's the thing. It's something that I think we don't think about enough, but it really is a mark of where you are with Christ and where you are with his word, is how much hope do you have?
Yeah.
So
yeah, that elect being gathered from the four winds is really provocative because of Isaiah 11, which I know you're familiar with. Isaiah 11 verse 11.
Exactly.
If you wanted to turn there in Isaiah 11:11, it says this in Isaiah 11:11. It shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people who are left. It's really interesting thinking about the remnant. We went through just so you know, Paul, we went through the book of Isaiah a couple months ago, and my goodness, that was the biggest challenge of my life. I'm like, I'd rather go through so much, physical training. But man, that was crazy. But it really helps to if you do a study of Isaiah, you really gain so much information for the rest of the Bible. But here, you get familiar with the idea of a remnant. There's always going to be a remnant, which is so interesting how so many people are like, oh, the church replaced Israel and Israel is no longer needed anymore. It's the most ridiculous thing. It's just like, no, we know that they're going to be brought back into the game. We're just here to provoke them for the jealousy for the time being.
Yes. And notice that too. It's a second time.
Yeah.
And where does he gather them from? It says, "In that it shall come to pass in that day, the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people who are left." And then it lists all these nations. This is the problem that some people miss. This is not talking about the Babylonian captivity. This is talking about a worldwide dispersion. And so what we have to see here is that this is a worldwide regathering. When is the only other worldwide regathering that has occurred?
1948.
1948. So this is speaking of a second gathering. And so right here, that's where I fall. Again, you have to come to your own conclusions. I'll tell you why I believe what I believe, but you have to come to your own decisions. But for me, again, going back to that first Jewish context, he will send his angels with the great sound of a trumpet, and they will gather together his elect from the four winds of heaven. A first century Jew instantly would all understand, oh, Israel, the Jews. And then we talk about the remnant. When you look at Zechariah 13:8, and this is actually kind of something that was really sad for me when I went to Israel last year, was the fact that I'm watching all these very young families. They're going to the wall on Shabbat. Friday night hits, man, and it's a party. And you have all these young families, all these kids, all these people, and they're just celebrating. And they're very, very, very intense in their prayer, even though it's wrong. You know what I mean? But it's sad because Zechariah 13:8 states that 2/3 of all the Jews are going to be wiped out on the earth. And so it is a remnant. Only 1/3 is going to survive this whole period. You know, the first Holocaust took out 1/3 of the Jews. This next one's going to take out 2/3. You know, so this is it's actually very sad because you're talking about an almost extinction level event of a people that are good people, but they're not saved. And so you know what their eternal destiny is. Now, some of those are going to be saved, obviously. They're going to become Christians in that time period. We know this. Mm-hmm. But there is a gravity that we have to have with this that, you know, and it's cool to study eschatology, right? I love eschatology. But when it comes to this whole thing with eschatology, we have to remember that what this should do is fill us with a greater longing to, one, be with the Lord, but two, if we see these things on the horizon, what are we doing about it? Yep. You know, and that's kind of like the core why Tiana, she was on this app quite a while ago. She was always doing lives like every Thursday. She had a pretty awesome ministry to women on here. And we just got to talking and got very connected. We started Warriors Rising together as a podcast, and we both felt in our spirit, God was like, hey, just rally the troops. You know, we have 2 mission statements: preach the gospel, disciple the nations. That's it. Everything else falls within that mission statement. Yeah. And so the question is, are we going to be active participants on the playing field, or are we going to sit on the bench?
Yeah. Which one are you?
Exactly. So, you know, as we read these things, we have to understand this is going to occur, but you are promised to make this. You have no idea what's going to come. You have no idea if you're going to get taken out tomorrow. You know, 10 years ago, was it 10 years ago? Yeah, 10 and a half years ago, I had just gotten to SWCC to be a Special Forces cadre for those that were going through either selection or Special Forces training. And my wife got diagnosed with leukemia. She had a 25% chance of living. She was, that 25% is a reality. She, of the 4 people that went into bone marrow transplant with her, she's the only one that survived. You know, it could have ended very quickly there. You know, overseas, guys get taken out very quickly. But we've all been around somebody where it was like, dang, they're gone. Holy cow. You know, we're not promised tomorrow. And so as we see these things, it's cool, it's exciting. But what this should drive us to, especially seeing the way the direction the world is going, if we see these things on the horizon, it should put a greater fervor in us to say, hey, if he's coming soon, if these things are taking place soon, we can start to see things moving into place where it's getting set up that these things can happen. What do I need to be doing? What do I want to be found doing? You know, have I honored the stewardship God has given me, because all of you guys on this app that are in this live, like, you have a ministry, you have a mission, and are you stewarding it? Are you stewarding it well? For all the men here, are you leading your families in the Lord? Are you stewarding that responsibility and being the priest of your home, leading your family in prayer, leading your family in worship? How much does God pervade your day in when you talk and when you discuss things? That's Deuteronomy 6. Deuteronomy 6, it says, talk about these things with your children as you rise up, as you walk by the way, as you lay down. Like, it was something that pervaded their day. And so that should be the same for us. We as men really need to, thanks guys, appreciate that. Those guys, sorry, I read those guys, my bad. We as men,
Yeah.
yeah, my TBIs, man, I've been blown up one too many times. My eye catches something, I'll read it. So for us as men and as parents, the question I would say is, how much does God pervade the discussion with your kids? We are constantly talking about it with my daughter. Even with soccer, we are not a heavy sports family. We do not like, oh, we're going to do this and you're going to do that. We just kind of fell into this whole thing with soccer, where she has shown a very incredible gifting. And in that, one of the things that we've really tried to teach her, and as she's grown, is whatever you find yourself talented in, you need to steward that well. And ultimately, however God uses that in your life, it is to be a platform for him to put and just demonstrate, hey, God gave me this gift and I want to glorify him. And that will give you access and placement to people to be able to minister to them, to disciple them. So, that's like when I say, like, we talk about it constantly, we are constantly talking about the Lord in our house and what our responsibility is as Christians. So that's my encouragement, first to the men: lead your families in this. Let it start to invade your life, not be just a Sunday, Wednesday thing. Because it's great to listen to Alive. It's great to listen to teachings. It's great to know this. But if it's not changing your life, if it's not invading your life, it doesn't even matter. You know what I mean? There was D.L. Moody. He has a book called Secret Power. And I can't remember who the quote's from, but he says, some people have knowledge without zeal. Some have zeal without knowledge. I would prefer to have zeal without knowledge, but always with a Bible before me. How much zeal do you have for the Lord? So that's just kind of,
man.
I know I soapbox there, but I just think that we have to keep these things in perspective, because the Bible is so amazing and it's so good. But if it doesn't affect your life and really invade your day to day, it doesn't even matter.
Right.
So that's just my encouragement to you guys.
Yeah, and as you and we've talked before, like, anybody can be super smart, knowledgeable, and PhDs and doctorates and whatever, but some of those people, they're completely lost. I mean, there's some of those creators here on TikTok that are scholars of the Bible, and are not born again Christians, which is heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Because they're leading a lot of people astray. And so that's why it's vital for you to know the text for yourself, and not because somebody told you, but because you looked into it. And you're supposed to search the scriptures daily to find out whether these things are so, and not just take somebody's word for it. You're supposed to test all things and hold fast what is good. That's the challenge. You're absolutely right, Paul. I mean, you could say that a million times and it never gets old.
Yeah, dude, I tell myself constantly, trust me. I got to check myself a lot. So verse 32, this is another piece where people get mixed up on. Back to chapter 24. Now learn this parable from the fig tree. When its branches have already become tender and puts forth leaves, you know that summer is near. So you also, when you see all these things, know that it is near at the doors. Assuredly, I say to you, this generation will by no means pass away till all these things take place. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my word will by no means pass away. Okay, this generation. What generation is he talking about? Again, due to the confusion of Luke 21 and Matthew 24, what happens a lot is they'll say, oh, this generation's not going to pass away. They think that Jesus is talking to the generation at that time. But that's not what he's saying. He gives a parable of the fig tree. Hey, this is a sign that the fig tree is ready to go. And so summer's near. So he says, hey, when you see all these things, what things? All the things I just talked about, when you see those things, it's ready to be done. And the generation that sees these things will not pass away till everything takes place. So this is talking about this future generation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's good. I knew that you were going to be the one spearheading this one tonight, so I got all the way up to I got all the way up to 28, verse 28. So I didn't get there yet to like really dive into it, but that's good. So I'm gonna steal that. That makes so much sense to me. Dude, I spent like 5 hours on just those 28 verses.
Dude,
It's
trust
crazy.
me, I get it.
I know.
It's nuts.
That was just today. Like, and that doesn't count all the other times that we've been in it already. It's tough, man. Like, it's challenging, but that's good. I'm writing
It's
that down.
fun. Well, that's the thing. Like there was a guy, he said, why somebody asked him, why do you have to jump all over the place? Why do you have to do so much work? And he said, because God's a fun God. It's like a puzzle. You get to put it together.
Yeah.
Verse 35, heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will by no means pass away. But of that day and hour, no one knows, not even the angels of heaven, but my Father only. But as the days of Noah were, so shall the coming of the Son of Man be. And again, we have the for, right? So again, what was just stated, for as in the days of the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage until the day that Noah entered the ark, and did not know until the flood came and took them all away. So also will be the coming of the Son of Man. And so basically he's saying, look, some people make a big deal about this as the days of Noah were. And they talk about the Nephilim and all of those things. I'm not denying that this whole thing with the with the fallen angels and the demonic stuff that's going on with the UFO things isn't necessarily part of it. I totally believe that's part of it. But in the context of this passage, he's referencing the days of Noah in dealing with the flood. That, hey, life was going on. Life was normal. Everybody was doing their thing. And then the flood came. Same when the coming of man, Son of Man comes. It's going to be like, hey, in the end, even though it's crazy, even all this stuff is going on, people are still going to be going about their day to day because we're humans, right? We continue on even in the midst of total chaos. We see this in these absolutely war-torn, crazy countries where stuff is just chaotic. People are still going about their day to day. They find a way. And then boom, Christ is gonna come.
Yeah, and so this is one of those verses that people just bring up all the time. Nobody knows the day or hour, as if they're applying it to the rapture. But this seems to be referring to the second coming.
Yeah, well, so and we have to understand this too, because this is where it says, then two will be in a field, one will be taken, the other left. Two will be grinding in the mill, one will be taken, the other left. Watch therefore, for you do not know what hour the Lord is coming. So this is where people see a rapture here. And clearly it is speaking of a rapture. The issue with it being, and this is where we kind of have to get into talk of the day of the Lord, the day of Christ, the coming. When you study it, when it's referencing these things, the coming is this idea that it's all part of the coming, right? The day of the Lord. Like it encompasses all of these things. Does that make sense? Like, again, we have this Western mindset of this very exactness, and they didn't always have that. They actually didn't think of time as we have it. That's why the Greek, what we know about Greek has changed so much, and even academia has not caught up with it, where Greek is not concerned so much with present tense, past tense, future tense like we are in the same way. They didn't even have words for seconds. They didn't think in those terms. they saw things aspectually. So Greek is a very aspectival language. So they'll actually use present tense verbs for a past tense event because they're drawing you into the narrative in a way that you're watching it unfold. So they'll bring you in and speak of it in present tense terms because it's like you're watching it unfold. And so we have to remember that they didn't think the same way we did. And so when you're talking about the rapture, when you're talking about the second coming, all these things, it's actually all kind of encompassed in the idea of the day of the Lord and the coming of Christ. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I always try. So there's obviously 2 days. You have the day of Christ, which is completely different to the day of the Lord. The day of Christ is something joyful, like it's a good thing that you want to look forward to.
Yeah.
The day of the Lord is something terrifying that is not you want to be a part of.
It's all considered kind of the same. And I can get into that if you want me to with 2 Thessalonians. But so it says, and did not know the flood came and took them all away, so will the coming of the Son of Man be. Again, the coming encompasses all of these things, right? It's talking like the tribulation, all of these things, they're leading up to the coming. So it's all kind of like from their viewpoint, it all kind of is encompassed in that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, from their viewpoint. Yeah.
Right. Yep. 2 will be in a field, 1 will be taken, the other left. Give me 1 second. I'm going to check something. Oh no, I've got my auto clicker on. Why do I have my auto clicker on?
Yeah, take your time. Yeah,
Just
obviously
nuts.
we already understand while he's looking that up. Just for those who are listening, there's a difference between the rapture and the second coming. The rapture is where we are going to meet the Lord in the air. We are going in the clouds, and the second coming.
Okay, so at that time, so, and this is where again it goes. The word is tote. We translate it as then, and this is where it does get difficult, right? Because again, so like when John's writing, he says metatapta, after these things, right? After those things, or you use tote, which is at that time, in that time period. Again, they're not so concerned with those minutes, seconds. All right, next, right? In the same way, it's dealing, hey, at that time period. Does that make sense? Like that's not how they thought. And so we have this very exact down to the second thought process in our today in America, and as just in general around the world. They didn't think like that. So it's saying at that time, 2 men will be in a field, 1 will be taken, the other left. And this clearly can't be post-tribulation from the standpoint, because the issue would be, well, people are either going to follow the beast or they're not. I don't see people that follow the beast and Christians intermingling and hanging out together. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't fit. And there's a whole nother discussion on the rapture and why we believe in that, which I'm sure you've gone through plenty of times.
Yep.
Watch therefore, for you do not know what hour your Lord is coming. So this is key here as to why this right here doesn't make sense with a post-trib rapture. There's a couple issues. One, in a post-tribulation rapture, oh man, I just lost my thought. So post-tribulation rapture, obviously, like I stated, you would have people that are following the beast and the people following Christ all living together, hanging out. It wouldn't happen. The second issue you have with a post-tribulation rapture is if a post-tribulation rapture takes place, the only people left on the earth, because supposedly it's like we meet him in the air and he comes directly to the earth. Well, that means the only mortals on the earth are unbelievers.
Who would populate the millennial kingdom?
Who would populate the millennium? Because the only people that would then be alive on the earth are those in glorified bodies in Christ.
Right.
We don't repopulate in glorified bodies.
Right.
And it says, and also, for you do not know what hour your Lord is coming. So it says to watch. Well, if we can't know what hour the Lord is coming or what time, right? It means hour, moment, occasion. Really, again, it's dealing with the time period, right? You don't know when he is coming. Yet, if what he states here is true, if it is post-trib, we can know he's coming. We can know it down to the day, because we would just have to know, hey, okay, this is the day the abomination of desolation took place. Count 360 days. Does that make, sorry, 1260 days, and
Yeah.
boom, he's going to come.
Yeah.
So he says to watch, because you don't know when he's coming. But know this, that if the master of the house had known what hour the thief would come, he would have watched and not allowed his house to be broken into. And so he's saying, this is again just saying, hey, look out. Like, he's using it as a a rhetorical device to give an example. Therefore, you also be ready, for the Son of Man is coming in an hour you do not expect.
You know what's interesting about that, when you were reading it, and I'm just listening, I haven't got to this verse yet to like write down any notes, but like, the hour, like, what do you think of when you think of the hour? Like, without even looking at your Bible.
Well, I mean, if you think of the hour, for us, obviously we're like that exact hour.
Well, the hour of like referring to Bible, like I was thinking more of like Revelation 3. You remember in the Philadelphia church?
Yeah. If therefore you do not watch, I will come upon you as a thief, and you will not know what hour I come upon you.
Yeah, or I will keep you from the hour. Yeah.
I will keep you from the hour of trial. And again, that's that. Again, thinking in their first century mindset and in the Greek mindset, their concern was time from a standpoint of like elongated time. They didn't have this, again, exactness. So I will keep you from that time of trial, which is going to come upon the whole earth. And the Greek word there is actually very explicit. It's ek, which means, and that denotes separation, out of, away from.
Yeah.
And so the church of Philippians, the Philippian church, and obviously speaking to the entire, they were supposed to share those messages, and they did with each other. That's a specific promise that if that they will be kept out of that time of trial, which is to come upon the whole world. And that's where it gets into Luke 21. He says, pray that you're found worthy to escape all these things that are going to come upon the earth. Well, the problem is, if you're on the earth, then you're not escaping it. So there's only one way to escape these things. And that would be to be off the earth and stand before the Son of Man.
Yep. Yeah.
Who then is a faithful and wise servant, verse 45, whom his master made ruler over his whole household? Give them food in due season. Blessed is that servant who his master, when he comes, will find so doing. And that goes back to what we talked about. What do you want to be found doing when he comes?
Right.
Assuredly, I say to you that he will make him ruler over all his goods. But if that evil servant says in his heart, my master is delaying his coming, and begins to beat his fellow servants and to eat and drink with drunkards, the master of the servant will come on a day when he is not looking for him, and at an hour that he is not aware of, and will cut him in two and appoint his portion with the hypocrites. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. And then he's going to get into the parables, and it's really then a focus on, are you watching? Are you preparing for his coming? Are you aware? And that's kind of how that ties in. There's a split here that occurs, right? We have these signs, right? He's answered the two questions. What is the sign of your coming? Of the end of the age? He hasn't answered the first question yet. When will the destruction of the temple take place? That's in Luke. So he gives these signs: abomination of desolation. What's going to occur? What's going to occur when the Son of Man comes? Then, hey, parable of the fig tree. You see these things start to happen. The end of the age and the second coming is close. Gives the parable. Then he talks about the day, the hour no one knows, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. Goes through the whole thing. Then he gives a description of what occurs with the what I see as a rapture or a harpazo. Then he says, hey, watch. And then he gives this thing, hey, be a faithful servant. Don't, you're going to pay, there's going to be consequences if you do not watch, if you're not doing what you are supposed to be doing.
Where did you say you saw the rapture? Was that in where?
Two men will be in a field, one will be taken, the other left.
Okay,
two will be grinding in a bill.
Let me pick your brain on that, because I thought that too when I first was reading it, and so let me throw some at you and tell me your initial thoughts. But do you think that this could possibly be part of the sheep and goats judgment, where one will
No,
be there?
no, I don't take that as sheep and goats
Okay.
because
What do you
everybody's there. Everybody goes to the sheep and goats
that is still left on the earth during the tribulation?
at the end. The sheep and goats takes place at the end.
Right.
And I believe that the sheep and goat judgment is based on how you treated Israel,
right.
how you treated the Jews. And
But
I
it's for
believe that those are believers that
but
treated
it's
them well.
yeah. Yeah, so it's for the people that are still left on the earth though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so do you see the people that are in verse 36 to the end of the chapter, basically people who are on the earth at the second coming?
Um,
Do you
are
see
you
that at
talking in
all?
24?
Yeah, Matthew
Are you
24.
are you tying the one grinding in the middle one to be taking the other left? Are you taking that
Yeah.
as um no, I don't. Because again,
Okay.
that's where I say like this encompasses like I see this as encompassing a lot more because
Okay.
it's when but of that day and hour no one knows, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. So, the day, the hour, it encompasses a lot of what's just been talked about because again, this whole idea of the day of the Lord, the day of Christ, the coming, it's kind of encompasses all of these things leading up to that. Um,
Okay. Yeah, no, I
if
just was
if that makes sense. And that's where the day, but is day in the Greek, and that is um, it's still tied to it, but it's adding more information. It's like, hey, here's a new thought that's coming. There's a day provides a separation. It's actually pretty big in the Greek. Um, that oh, hey, we've got a separation here. Then new
yeah.
things are being added, or it's a change of subject. Here, clearly, it's still talking about the same thing. That's my view, though. Again,
Yeah.
and here's the whole thing with the rapture, right? I'm not going to duke it out over the rapture. You
Yeah.
know, there's a lot of reasons I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. Um, One, again, post-trib, we've discussed those issues. Pre-trib, um, we've got an issue because clearly it is the wrath of the Lamb, right? That's going on during that time period. It's the wrath of God. I don't understand how we could endure his wrath, but again, I'm not going to duke it out with people because here's the thing. What it really comes down to is whether I'm right or wrong, it really doesn't matter.
Right.
And it doesn't change my salvation. It doesn't change my even if I'm wrong and I end up going through it, the idea that people are going to fall away because they don't get raptured it's a mistake to take that view because our faith is not in the rapture, our faith is in Christ. So even if we go through the tribulation, God's going to give us the grace we need in order to carry out what we're supposed to do during that time, just like now. It changes absolutely nothing. I would just
Yeah.
have to say, hey, I was wrong about this. Um, but I feel like it's very, very defendable by the text. Um, there's again that whole thing and we can go to Luke 21. I'll be honest, like I won't be able to make it there tonight.
Yeah. No,
But
that's fine.
like we said, Luke 21, where it says, "Pray that you're kind of worthy to escape all these things that are going to come upon the earth." That's a pretty big deal right there. Like it means if you're on the earth, you're not escaping it. Period. End of statement. So, um, yeah, but I think the key thing here for us as we walk through this is verse 45 through 51. What will you be found doing?
Yeah.
What, are you a faithful servant or are you not a faithful servant? And, this gets into the idea of inheritance. And I'm sure you guys talked about 1 Corinthians 3
Oh
before.
yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And that's the whole thing right there. We have an inheritance to lose. And so are you going to run your race with endurance? Are you going to hear, well done, good and faithful servant? Because that's what I want for all of you. That's what I want. Like, I don't get emotional much. One of the joyous things that I get to experience or not experience is empathy, and due to the work that I used to do, and some of the things I did and that I was involved in, I don't experience much. I could honestly lie to Ryan's face and do some terrible things and go to sleep like a baby. But I find it so interesting as I've walked this out over these last years that there are certain things that God really just breaks my heart on. And one of them is the idea that any of my brothers and sisters in Christ are not going to hear, well done again, faithful servant. Like, if there's one thing, there's a couple, but that is one thing that just crushes me, is the idea that my brothers and sisters in Christ are going to stand before Christ and watch all of their works burn away. And I do not want that for anybody. So, if there's anything you get out of this, one, obviously, just standing in awe of the text, but even more the God that put this text together, through the hands of men, putting pen to paper. But verse 44 through 51, like, what are you going to be found? Like, how is this going to change your life? How is this going to affect you? If this is coming, if you don't know when he's coming for us as Christians, what are you going to be found doing? And because once you do, it's over. That's it. There's no more chances to build that inheritance. There's no, you got a chance to improve your report card now, but we're not promised tomorrow. But the beauty is every day that we're not horizontal, we're standing vertical, is another day for us to do it right and to bring honor and glory to him. So
Yeah, man, it's funny because I know this is your first time in here, but one of the things I say often is I can't wait to find out how much I got wrong, because
yeah,
it's not about me being right. Like, I'd rather win some souls and lose a whole bunch of arguments. You know what I mean? Like, I will lose every argument that I can if I can win you for the Lord, because that's what we're supposed to be doing. Some plant, some water, but who gets the increase? It's
yeah,
God.
God provides the increase, but each receives a reward based on what they did.
Right.
That's the beauty. That's what's so amazing. And in Ephesians, it states that God has prepared good works for us that we may walk in them. And so what that states very clearly in the Greek is that because it's in the subjunctive, it's being put in the realm of possibility. It's being put up for thought. And so what it really states, though, is that he has prepared works for us to walk in, but we may or we may not.
Yeah.
But then if we do, we get rewarded for it. Gold, silver, precious stones, crowns, and what's so cool is that when you look at the saints, what do we do with those crowns? We throw it right back at his feet. And this is this is where I think it really, the rubber hits the road, is that there's eternal consequences for us as Christians as well. We talk about eternal judgment, and no, we will not experience that from the standpoint of eternity apart from God. However, what we will experience is our placement and responsibilities in the kingdom are going to be based on what we do for him and what we do here. That's Luke 19 with that parable of the minas.
What you're doing right now.
Yeah, what he gave, the master gave his servants 10, 5, and 1 piece of coin. And what did they do with it? The 10 increased it, he got 10 cities. The 5 increased it, he got 5 cities. The 1 increased it, he got, the 1 didn't do anything with it, and they took what he had, gave it to the guy with the 10. So between that, 1 Corinthians 3, one of the things, like our inheritance and reward in the Messianic kingdom and our responsibilities, that's the whole thing. We will be given responsibilities in the Messianic kingdom based on what we do here.
Yeah. So do you think that there's going to be some people that are pretty disappointed when they show up?
Dude, I think many of us are going to be very disappointed. But that's the thing, is like, the consequences of what we do or do not do as Christians today has a far greater effect than I think we even realize. And most people know, because almost nobody talks about this fact that we have an inheritance to gain or lose, and we have responsibilities that will be given us in the kingdom, or we can lose it. So it's almost like you're going to have 2 classes of Christians, sovereigns and subjects, as you read the text and study it carefully. And so that should be a very startling thing if you've never heard that before, because that's no small thing to be given responsibility in the Messianic kingdom, but it's a fact. And that's what's crazy.
Yeah.
We will actually be given responsibility over things in the Messianic kingdom.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's really something to consider. Like everybody's been given different things. Like you might have been given 5 talents, I might have been given 1, but it's what you're doing with it that actually matters. So the question is, hey, are you born again? Awesome. What are you doing with it?
Yeah.
What are you doing with it? Because
Yeah.
what you do with it matters. And so, like being a servant, like if you're actually if you're an ambassador of Christ, you're either being a good one or you're being a bad one. So which
Yeah.
one is it? And so it really comes down to that. So people, I think we really have been abusing this thing called grace, and I think
Yeah.
we've just taken advantage of it to the nth degree. And that's the American way of life. And so when you start looking at it closely and in the details, you start looking at it, you're like, wait a second, this is not what it's supposed to look like. This American version of religion is not what it's supposed to. Like, they're talking about a whole bunch of things, but they're not saying anything beneficial. It's not feeding. The sheep are not being fed. They go to church and they're starving. The shepherds are, it's just, they're not doing what they should be doing. And it's just this tragic domino effect that is now what we see in 2024 here in this land called America. So,
and that's where Salty Kung Fu said it best. All our callings are different. How this plays out for you, I can't tell you what that is. Neither can Ryan. Everybody has their own mission. Everybody has their own operational environment that they're operating in. You have people every day you're interacting with. You have Christians you're interacting with, and going to church on Sunday and serving in the children's church once a week. That is important. But that's not that's like an hour. You've still got 6 days and 23 hours left in your week. So like, again, it goes back to like your initial ministry is your family. Then you're surrounded the people you're interacting with every day. And sometimes, people are prayer warriors. Some people are encouragers. Your ministry is going to play out very, very differently based on the callings that you are given. Not everybody's called to have a microphone. Not everybody's called why I pray to God TikTok goes away is because, one, people spend their faces stuck to this thing rather than their faces on the floor stuck in carpet. And two, a lot of people are standing in front of this thing with a mic that shouldn't. And it's allowed a proliferation of a lot of false understandings of the text of scripture. It's caused a lot of confusion. I'm thankful for it from the standpoint of allowing people to speak, but at the same time, it's able to be used at a level that it's not good for anybody.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's why I know you say it all the time on your podcast. Test all things, but
and get off TikTok. Stop. Get your face out of TikTok, because everybody doom scrolls, man. I have to stay off it because like it's too easy to like just flip that thumb, get that dopamine kick, and it's like, oh gosh, just 45 minutes is gone. So I have to stay off of it.
Yeah, well, I know what you mean. I'm trying to do, it works both ways. Obviously, there's
I know it does. There is.
Yeah. But I think it's funny.
But I'm also a crusty old SF dude that hates social media. So.
Hey, I'm only on here for this Bible study. If
I know, man.
I wouldn't be here at all.
I know. The name of the podcast is Warriors Rising. It's also on YouTube where I'm teaching through the Bible. So the podcast is going to have a lot more because I just started the YouTube.
Yeah. His if you guys go check out, if you just click on Paul's TikTok, he's got it in his links. He's got his website up there, and he's got it on Spotify. It's called Warriors Rising, and I'm telling you what, like, I drive at like 7 a.m. or whatever, and I'm listening to it, and his intro just gets me all pumped up, and I'm like, let's go,
That's my buddy Bobby, man. That dude he makes some good music.
Well, I just want you to know, Paul, like, and this is just my one testimonial. I like you hype me up. Like I'll stay up all night and then I'll listen to that, and I just get fired up. Like, I'm telling you, like, I'm being 100%. I just am like, let's do this thing. But the other thing that's nice is that it's good to have somebody else that you can have a communication with. Like, I mean, we're all not perfect people. We're all, a hot mess down here doing the best that we can, but we're striving to be better and to glorify the Lord, which is the whole point of the thing. And so
Yeah,
your
amen to that.
podcast, listening to your podcast, just hearing you bounce all around the word, like it's so cool because like you're connecting dots, like, and sometimes I know this probably has applied to you where you've said stuff before and you've just been saying it, but then like a couple days go by and you think about what you said and you're like, oh, that's what that means. Like, like light
Yeah.
bulbs, and you're like, oh my goodness. Or you make another connection and you're like just seeing it all over the place. Like, this is 66 books written by 40 authors, written over thousands of years. And it's just one picture. And it's a beautiful picture.
It's awesome.
Yeah. So you guys need to go follow him on Spotify and on YouTube and his TikTok account. Not that he's too active on here, but I had to drag him.
Okay. So as much as I hate on TikTok, I gotta tell this story. You have to understand, like SF guys, we have a saying, right? Quiet professionals. We're like, you just do your job, you do the mission. We're not SEALs. How do you know somebody's a SEAL? He's written a book about it. We don't like being public. It's just, and the guys that do, they usually don't do too well on the teams. But I did not want to do social media in the least bit because I'm very much a hands-on guy. I want to work with you. I want to talk with you. I want to like be face-to-face because that's what I did in my career. And I had a kid I was discipling and he's like, you got to get on TikTok. You got to get on TikTok. You got to get on TikTok. And I'm like, I'm not getting on freaking TikTok. I don't do social media. And so he finally convinced me and I got on and like the third video or second video like blew up. It was big. And I was like, huh, interesting. Okay, maybe there's something here. Well, I live out in the county and me being cheap, I was not on an unlimited plan. So I ran out of data. And I was like, oh, guess I can't do TikTok. In 5 minutes, I had a text message from Verizon saying, thank you for your military service. We'd like to give you a free upgrade to an unlimited plan. It's like, I guess I'm doing TikTok. And then I went to quit. I was like, you know what? I'm doing all these things here. I think I'm just going to be done with TikTok. And in 10 minutes, my wife had a text message from my old 18 Charlie, his ex-wife, who hadn't talked to her in 10 years, Facebook messaged her and said, your husband's TikTok, I found it. I'm so glad he's on there. It's helping me so much. I'm like, I guess I'm staying on. And then I had it again where I was last Christmas where I was like, you know what? I think it would be done. And the voice of reason reached out to me. And he was like, hey, so I never watch TikToks because it's a waste of time. I've watched yours and I want to talk to you. I feel you have a reason. You need to be on this app. I'm like, okay. So, and then I took a break for a while over the summer and now I'm back and I was looking at time to start. And I want to tell this too, because it's just because God's timing is incredible. So I hadn't been on for quite a while because I was just taking a break. I was doing other things. I was prepping to teach. And I felt like I needed to get back on and I kept putting it off. And when I was talking to our neighbor, who's also our worship leader, and my buddy Josh, who's at the church, Kelly was talking about obedience and get this whole situation. I'm like, okay, I need to start making content again. I hear you. And I did. It was just one little short thing. And I felt I needed to apologize to Mike from Inspiring Philosophy over a discussion we had because I came across as a dick.
I saw that video. Yeah.
Yeah. And so the band that I was a chaplain for, we broke up a couple years ago because we had to kick out the singer because he was just not following the Lord, not submitting, not living a good lifestyle. And a whole host of situations beyond that with him after that happened, just like total tank and went downhill. And he messaged me on TikTok that night that I made that. And he said, so I just decided to open TikTok, and this is the first that, and your video is the first one that popped up. I want to, can we talk? And dude, like there was so much restoration of relationships with him. And it's like, so that it just, again, just that timing, man, and being obedient. And
Yeah.
it just, I just want to share that just because it's, while I say, and I do trash TikTok, like I understand its purpose. I still don't like it because I'm still an old crusty dude, but I see its benefit. I really do. So, it's just, it's funny how God works and it just weaves together. We talk about his word, and it's amazing how he weaves all these things together. But what's just as amazing is how he weaves all these things into our lives. Because, man, like just things you could not even make up.
Yeah. Restoration is really cool. I think that's really important. You use some really key words there: submission and restoration. It's the most important thing. Like you need to submit to the Lord, and when you submit to the Lord, there's going to be restoration. And
Yep.
like it's just the neatest thing. And so when you apologize to somebody publicly, you didn't have to do that, but you're being an example to other people, and it's really, like what we do here on the earth matters. And so your kids are watching you, my kids are watching me, other people are watching me, we're watching other people, and what are you doing with it is the question.
Yeah.
But that's good stuff, man. Well, I'm glad you're back here on TikTok. I'm
Thanks, Brad. So, all right, man, I'm gonna cut it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get a little bit of sleep.
All right, man. Well, thanks for coming up here. I will talk to you later then.
You want to close it out in prayer?
Go for it, man. I'll let you lead.
All right. Father God, you truly are the King of Kings and Lord of Lords, and we just love you. We thank you so much that we get to come together as your body, as your family, as your sons and your daughters, and that we can come together as brothers and sisters in Christ in your name to hear your word, to encourage one another, to grow together, so that we can all carry out that which you require of us, so that we can bring glory and honor to your name, and we can all hear, well done, good and faithful servant. So we just ask for peace over everybody that is watching this, that is listening. I pray it over Ryan, over his family, over all the families that are on this right now, that you would just give them joy in your Holy Spirit, Father God, and just encourage them to just fall more in love with you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thanks, man.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for letting me come on here. I know I know you guys come here quite a bit, so I just really appreciate you all for watching and let me hop on as a guest.
Absolutely, man. We'll do it again. All right, man. Go get some sleep.
All right, dude.
I'll talk to you later.
Catch you later. Bye.
Bye. Oh, well, that was Paul. So, that was a trial. We, first time ever bringing somebody up to try to tag team a chapter. I don't know what you guys thought. Hopefully it was beneficial for you guys. I enjoyed it. He's a great guy. You guys need to go follow him if you haven't. He's got some really good stuff up on, like I'm telling you, if you're just driving in your car, you're sitting at a house or whatever, his Spotify is solid. Like you gotta listen to his stuff. Very informative. Thank you, Nova. And thank you, Jesse. Thank you so much. Thank you, Andrew. Really good. He's just a solid guy. I mean, I had him up here at two in the morning, so he's a normal person, so he's probably really tired, but I feel bad. Maybe one of these days, you know what I was actually thinking about? Maybe on Monday, depending on what time I get up, maybe on Monday morning we could go through Matthew 24, because what we did tonight was I was just trying to let Paul do his thing. I wasn't trying to interject or anything or step on his toes. I just wanted him to go, just because he knows a lot about the Bible and whatnot. And so maybe I was thinking about actually doing it our style again, which we will. It just is a matter of when. Like I said at the beginning of this live, I'm already 5 hours deep into Matthew 24, and I've only made it to verse 28 or something like that, and half the time I wasn't even in Matthew 24. So I was in, oh man, I don't even know. I was so many places, just trying to think and connect dots and like review things and like trying to paint the best picture that makes sense in my mind. And so what I want you guys to understand is like it's okay. Like him and I, like we see eye to eye on a ton of stuff. But there's some things that are secondary issues that we see it differently. Like he sees one thing one way, I see one thing another way, and that's completely fine. Why? Because it doesn't change our mission. Our mission is not changed based on a secondary issue seeing differently. And so I want you guys to know that is what is the most important thing, is to just love the brethren and to keep on pursuing Christ. And while you're doing that, your light's going to shine, and then you're going to bring people to the Lord, which is the hope of the entire thing. To let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven. But that is hopefully you guys enjoyed that. I can think of a better way to reach others than you putting me on. Spread the gospel, disciple the nations, equip the saints. Absolutely. The difference between hope and faith. Hope, well, when you have faith, then you have hope. So when you have when you put your faith in the Lord, then there's hope. Sheep and goat methodology. Yeah, sheep and goat. Take the poll. What's the poll? Uh-oh. Eli doing stuff. More live with Paul. More lives with Paul. So Sunday night or Monday night. Loved it. Good sound doctrine. Very cool, Andrew. Yeah, enjoy the sheep and goats judgments. So the way that we did a little. We dove into Matthew 24 tonight, but sheep and goat judgments. So the way to see it if you want to view it in your mind, I believe this is my opinion. So keep that in mind. Test all things, obviously, but my opinion is I believe the next thing to happen is the rapture. And so the church is going to be removed. And then sometime after the rapture, sometime within a week or so, or 2 weeks or a month, sometime short probably, the tribulation will begin. The tribulation lasts for a 7-year period. And so there's 7 years tribulation on the earth. And then there's the second coming. And then at the second coming, there's the Battle of Armageddon. Right after the Battle of Armageddon is the sheep and goats judgments, because that is for the people who are left on the earth. The people who are still left on the earth, there's going to be Christian people on the earth. There's going to be lost people on the earth. And that is where they're going to separate the sheep and goats. The sheep, or the believers, are going to enter into the millennial kingdom. They're literally going to walk into the millennial kingdom. The goats will be cast into Hades, and that is bad news bears. You don't want any of that. And then the 1,000-year millennial reign, the Messianic kingdom, the millennial kingdom, whatever you want to call it, will take place for 1,000 years. And then at the end of the 1,000 years, Satan will be released from the abyss, and he will go and deceive the people that he can who are left on the earth. That doesn't qualify. That's not you and I. You and I will, if you're born again, you're not going to be one of the humans. You will have your glorified body. You will be a celestial body at that point. So Lucifer is going to try to deceive as many people as he can, and then after that, they're going to be basically thrown into the lake of fire at that point. So that's a very small, quick synopsis of the entire thing. But that is, I missed your explanation. Yeah, absolutely. You missed my explanation. Hey, thank you, Jesse. I have a class to teach in 6 hours. I need help with sharpening that message before I do. Put me on. Sharpening what message? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who you are, Jesse. What? I don't just bring people up. We get to fight. Who are you fighting, Heidi? But yeah, I've always wondered that Christians think about predestined followers. Maybe you could discuss the Left Behind narrative. Are you talking about like the actual movie or the book? Is that what you're talking about? Okay. Oh. Put me in. Let's get it. I'm a Christian. I have no idea what's going on. What do you want me to put you? I missed a lot on this live apparently. Moral of the story: get on board with Christ now. There you go, Angela. Yeah, but that is that's some stuff. How are Christians called to love? Well, that's an interesting one right there, Heather. we're supposed to love everybody, obviously, but that doesn't mean that we condone certain behavior. There's a big difference right there. You can, I don't know what relationship you're actually talking about. If it's somebody your neighbor, your cousin, your brother, sister, whatever it is, you got to handle that masterfully. We got to be wise as serpents, right? So you got to do it tactfully, and you got to let them know. And it's a very serious thing, but you got to try to reach them as much as you possibly can, and you got to do it tactfully. I mean, that's the best way to really word it. I actually had that situation in my last job, and I had a great conversation with her, and I told her everything, but it was because of our relationship building up into that point, to where she allowed me to speak into her life, which was very, cordial. It was a fine conversation. So you really got to build some rapport up. So hopefully that makes sense. But you don't believe in the rapture? That's okay. Yeah, I do. I please. I don't. Okay. You don't even have you don't have the ability to come up right now. I can't even bring you up even if I wanted to, because you don't have enough of something. I don't know if it's followers or you have to be following people, but I can't even bring you up. Sorry about that. You don't have whatever TikTok requires. Thank you, Holly. Yeah, so that is Matthew 24. We will dive into Matthew 24, the old school version, just me next time, and it'll be a good time. There's so much to talk about. I feel like you guys have a pretty good handle on things, but we're going to talk about it, and we're going to fly through some things. So hopefully you guys enjoy it. I even thought about just doing what I have right now, but it wouldn't. I just feel like, I don't know. It's not complete. It's just not complete. We don't live for the rapture. We live for Christ. Yeah, Katie. Absolutely. Oh, Jesse. Okay. Let's see. What do you got? What's up, man?
Hey, man, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Sweet. So I'm the one that was commenting everything that you were saying. Yeah, man, I'm just curious as to what you believe wholeheartedly. Now, I heard you talking about the end times, but specifically, what exactly do you believe about Christ, Jesus Christ himself?
What do I believe about him?
Yes.
I don't know who you are. Like, I don't know what you're trying to do right now.
No. I'm not trying to debate you. I'm not trying to. No. So I believe
Well, how
Jesus
about you?
Christ is the Son of God,
Yeah.
but I just want to know what you believe, because this is your live. I don't want you know what I mean. Like I'm not trying to debate you. I think we have the same mission. But I'm just curious as to what you believe about Jesus Christ himself, as what he brought with the New Testament compared to what the Old Testament belief about who the Christ would be, as far as the Jews thought would. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, I believe that Jesus is the Son of God. I believe he's the only way to get to heaven, by putting your faith in him. I believe he died on the cross for my sins, and that he was buried and rose again on the third day. And that right there is the good news.
No, you're right. I agree. Now, the reason I want to be on this live, man, so I've been on a multiple accounts of people trying to discredit the gospel, or basically disprove Christ as being the Son of God. And I think the reason is, most of them say they were Christians. Most of them say they were theologians, and they had multiple years of studying. And so it's cool to me to see somebody getting on saying, actually, not trying to disprove it, but to I don't know how to explain it. Basically just share their faith upright and say, hey, Jesus is this, and Jesus can do this for you. And I really appreciate that. I know based on these different guys, I don't want to say their names just because of TikTok, but they're very smart. They're very well versed, and I mean well versed when I say that. But the point is like, no matter how well versed you are, you know, me and you, we can't prove scientifically. This is what they like to do. They like to try to prove it very tooth and nail scientifically or just logically, which is fine. I understand that. But it comes down to this. Me and you cannot prove physically anything. We can't. Which is the point. Would I be wrong in that assumption?
What I don't. What do you what are you doing up here? What do you want?
No. I'm me and you believe the same, but I just want to say, like, me and you cannot prove physically 100% scientifically anything about the Bible, because it's all historical. The Bible is not a scientific text. It's really not, because when the Bible was written was way before the scientific period when modern science.
Hey Jesse, just shoot me a message. We can have a private conversation if you want to, and we can carry this on in some DMs if you would like to.
No, for sure. No, for sure. I'm just saying, like, I like the fact that people can't, like, because the reason I'm saying this is because I've been brought with, well, can you prove this? Can you do this? Well, no, I can't. But that's the point. Like, if you read the Bible itself, even if you want to come at it as a unsaved person with a deep intellectual background, Jesus himself didn't say, well, hey, I can prove to you I'm this. I can prove to you this. Jesus never came with that approach. Jesus came with, I am this. Either you believe me or you don't believe me.
Yeah,
And so, and that's the point. And that's where I come from. Man, I appreciate you being on here saying what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with you. I just want people to understand that, like, look, you can come to us and say, well, how do I know this? Or can you prove this? Or is this a physical thing that I can experience? It's not. But that's the point. Either you have faith in something, because faith is I don't know if you know this definition, but, like, for me, the definition is faith is a substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. I can't see God.
Hebrews 11:1.
Exactly. I can't see Jesus. I can't go back and experience Jesus in the flesh. I can't. All I got is this book in front of me, and either and on top of that, it gets a little bit deeper. I don't want to get too deep, but, like, it gets a little bit deeper with Gentiles, because me and you would be Gentiles technically, based on the Bible. But for me and you, I think it's even more beautiful than a Jew or anybody that did see Christ do actual physical miracles and, so on and so forth. Me and you as Gentiles, I think it's the most beautiful thing that me and you only have word of mouth, and yet we can still believe and experience the love of God. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because of it.
Yeah, just if you have, I mean, like, I'm gonna let you get going though, but just let me, just message me whatever you got, man. I'll try to help you out as much as I possibly can, in a direct message though. Okay, man?
Yeah,
Uh,
no, for sure, for
yeah,
sure.
my
Yeah.
messages are open for everybody too, so you don't even have to follow me, but if, like, they're just open for anybody, so just reach out if you would like to. Cool, man?
Yeah, no doubt, man. I just followed you. Appreciate you putting me on here. I just want to let you know I appreciate it. Um, I think you're doing a great job, and I just want people to realize, man, it's real. Um, it's all faith based, just like most of our scientific theories that you can put your trust in that we have now today, Big Bang or whatever it is. Man, we can't prove that. Either believe it, you don't. So I think what me and you believe is the most logical. If we're going to use logic, I think it's the most logical, and I also think that it's the most loving and great, the greatest thing for society that can exist. And I appreciate you just putting it out there, doing a live. So
Yeah. Thanks,
yeah,
man.
no deal. Yeah, I'm not trying to debate you. I swear I'm not. I just wanted to get on here and just encourage a fellow person
Yeah.
of the same belief. So
Well, thanks,
anyways,
man. All right.
do your
I
thing.
appreciate you coming up. I'll
Yeah,
see you
no
later.
problem.
See you, buddy. Um, okay. So, yes. Um, I think it's fun going back to what we were talking about, Matthew 24. Just in case you guys were just joining, we had Paul Bock. He came up here just a little bit ago, and I would encourage you guys to go listen to his podcast and his YouTube. So, like, he puts out really good information. He just released one a couple weeks ago about the covenants, which is very, very good. And he lays out the framework of it. You can see it right in front of your face. It'll probably connect some dots for you. He just started the YouTube, so it only has a couple followers, but it's so professional. It's so much more professional than my little TikTok. So he makes me look terrible, but that's okay. It is what it is. But yeah, these studies are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here if you guys wanted to go check it out. It's ITZ_sheesh. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, all of those. What's the podcast, Katie? The podcast is Warriors Rising. Warriors Rising. If you just type that in Spotify, you'll see it. And he talks about current events. He has a lady up there sometimes that he co-hosts with named Tiana Shoei. She's solid too, and they give some really good perspectives. So, yeah. Oh, thank you, Lisa. Did you guys enjoy that? Was that too cool? But yeah, yeah. So, what did you guys think about about Paul coming up here? Which platform is Paul's best platform on? The one that he's on, at least that I listen to, is Spotify. He just does a podcast on Spotify. It's just him and a microphone, and he does a really good job. He always reads a psalm. He always talks about what's going on in the world, and he's got some really good perspectives just because of military background and whatnot, and he's connected pretty well. And he has a good handle on scripture, and so he's super solid. So I would encourage you listening to him. Yeah, Paul Bock, Bock, Bock. Did you check the poll? I missed it. If somebody enjoyed you both, did you check the poll? Yes, this was fun. I enjoyed Paul. Loved it. Spotify. Okay, it was so good. Okay, I don't know. Your lives are pretty hard to beat. I mean, you can be honest. Well, so what night next? We'll probably, I don't know. I mean, I think, I was gonna, I don't know how much time it's gonna take me to do just Matthew 24. I want to do it right. And it's really challenging. Paul Bock on YouTube right now. I think it's Warriors Rising on YouTube. You'll see him. It's like Scripture Sprint. But yeah, um, it's either Paul Bach or Warriors Rising, either way. But yeah, no, I mean, Matthew 24 is so massive, and I'm really trying to make sure I do the best that I can because it's such a massive chapter, and it's challenging to explain things. Like, for example, Matthew 24, verse 22, where it says, and unless those days were shortened, no flesh would be saved. Like, what is that talking about? And so I was diving into that and I was researching that, and I finally found something that made sense to me. And so I'm like, okay, this seems to make sense. And so, but that took a long time. And it's just things like that and like connecting the dots. And, but like, the difficult thing about Matthew 24 is that you go from Matthew 24, you have to compare it to Mark 13, and then you also have to compare it to Luke 21. But they're different. They're not the same. But if you talk to somebody who dives into this, they'll be like, oh yeah, Matthew 24, Mark 13, Luke 21, they're all the same. No, they're not. They're talking about different things. Luke only answers one question that Jesus or that the disciples ask, and only Luke is the one who answers it. Like you don't know those things until you actually start looking for it. And so when you start trying to find these things and connecting all the dots and putting it in order so that you can paint some kind of a picture and get some kind of a visual, like it's a challenge. Especially when you throw in Daniel 9 verse 24 through 27. It's a really challenging thing. But I feel like I got a pretty good handle on it right now. I'm just not all the way there yet because I only got to verse 28, which is what I told Paul. I have a pretty good handle on the rest of the chapter, I think, but I didn't actually go through it meticulously, at least to what I would like to do. So I don't feel like it would be good to do right now because that would take a long time. Like this chapter is going to take a little bit. But Matthew 24 will be fun. It's an exciting chapter. So yeah, the whole purpose of tonight. Have a good night, Holly. Thank you so much for being here. The purpose. What's up, Samantha? Exclamation points. He's okay for something different. I understand your teaching better. You explain my level. Okay. Oh man, can we get a TikTok tent revival in the future? It's a three-way convos. That's why I didn't understand why people were recommending starting there. Oh, okay. Yeah, it will always be difficult to understand, but it's, it's interesting though, because like we've been in Matthew 24 a ton, but we actually haven't gone over Matthew 24. And so diving into it, I hope you post this one on the YouTube. Yeah, it'll be up on YouTube, Katie. Yeah, so we'll do Matthew 24 and we'll get on into it. Samantha, you wanted to come up? Yeah, I suppose. Come on up. Hello.
Hi, good night.
Good night.
Yeah, so I heard you talking like I literally just came in and I just got on YouTube and I saw you. I was like, sheesh, because I like to say sheesh. So automatically it's just like it resonates, right? So I came on your live and I heard you talking and I heard this guy, Jesse, came on. And like I was saying, when Jesse was talking, I feel like Jesse does not understand that being in sync with Christ is not just about religion, it is also about spirituality. So you have to believe within yourself. Like, I hope this resonates, but I feel like you just have to believe within yourself because I feel like everybody has that spiritual gift where you can go to bed and you can sleep and you can prophesy. You can see things, you can foresee things. I hope I'm not off track, but like, and in order to get to this level, for me, sheesh, you would have to sanctify yourself and isolate. And I feel like every level in life is a spiritual level because sometimes you'd be like getting over lust, right? If to get over lust, you have to isolate and you have to stop, being promiscuous or whatever it is that somebody's doing or fornicating or whatever. And I feel like whenever you do get that time alone with yourself, you become so spiritual to the levels like you go to bed, you wake up, you're like, oh my God, I had deja vu. That's not deja vu. That is the Holy Spirit letting you know that you're sanctified and keep doing what you're doing and we can be one. I know it probably sounds crazy, but that's just my opinion.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, Samantha. Well, thanks for coming up. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me on TikTok. I'd love to talk to you further if you would like to.
Okay, for
But
sure.
yep. All right. You have a good night. All right.
All right, good night.
Um. So yeah. So, anyways, picking up on some things that are happening on in the world, just in case you guys were missing it. Obviously, you guys are aware of Hezbollah, Nasrallah getting eliminated. I don't know if you guys heard, but Hezbollah promoted a new leader, and then that leader just got eliminated too. So Israel is going hard in the paint against Hezbollah right now. And so you need to just be mindful of this. Why? Because it's very important to just be understanding of the signs of the times, because everything is going to culminate in Israel. And so if everything's happening in Israel and you have these massive barrages of rockets going in and out of Israel, then that is significant. And obviously, we understand that according to Zechariah chapter 14, we understand that Jesus, when he comes back, his foot is going to land on that mount and it is going to split into two. And it's going to be quite an event. So everything, Israel, Jerusalem, is the center of the world according to God, which is very cool. A very different study tonight. Yeah, it was just a trial and error. We don't have to do it again. I guess. Oh yeah, I'm glad you're closing updated. Yeah, Katie. Where do you go to get accurate current news about Israel, Ryan? I do it on Telegram. I follow Amir Sarfati. You can look up on YouTube. You can follow Eric Steckelbeck. He's a good one too. He's got a lot of connections with Israel, and he hosts a lot of Israelis, Christians on there, and he does a good job. It was great with Paul. Very cool. Yeah, Paul's a great guy. Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, tonight was great. Looking forward to the next time. Yeah, Dina, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed them. But yes, do you agree the three temple? Do you agree the three temple? What, Bridget? Speaking of, what do you think of when you hear Hamath? What, Tara? What do you mean? What do I hear Hamath? What are you talking about? Yeah, Blanky, absolutely. It's a good time to be doing it. This one was completely different. I don't know if you guys have been here before, but this one was unlike anything we've ever done before. It's late for me to type. what do I think about the third temple? Well, is that what your question was, Bridget? If your question was, what do I think about the third temple? Great choice, Ryan with Paul, and then new content first. Very cool. Yeah. Thank you. What do I think about the third temple? I think about the third temple. We know that the third temple is going to be built. I've said on here before, just like what Paul said tonight, that they already have all the pieces to create and to build the third temple. So the third temple it's not something that's going to take years to build or construct. It's going to be built very quickly whenever it occurs. Having to be built before the rapture. Do I think the third temple has to be built before the rapture? No, I don't think it necessarily does. There's nothing that says or alludes one way or another, at least to my knowledge. I think it could be built before. I also think it could be built after. But what we do know is that there is a temple standing during the tribulation. And that is what is important to understand. There is a temple during the tribulation. So does that mean that it's built before the rapture? Probably. If we start seeing the temple going up, then that is a great time for Q&A, Ryan. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's do it. Bring on some questions, I suppose. But yeah, no, that's what I think. I think that I think it's very possible it could be built before the rapture. Why? Because it is in existence during the tribulation. Because in Revelation chapter 11, there are those two witnesses that are preaching in front of the temple for 3.5 years. And so if they're there for 3.5 years, which 3.5 years is it? Is the first 3.5 years, the last 3.5 years? Well, seems like they're going to be there during the first 3.5 years. Why? Because they are teaching and preaching in front of it for 3.5 years, and they're basically protecting it. And then in Revelation 13, the beast devours them. He unalives those two witnesses. And so that's where 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 comes into play, where he goes in, sits in the holy place, and claims to be God. And that's what Daniel chapter 9:27 also is connected to, because he, in the middle of that week, he is going to break that covenant. And it's like, it's an exact, like, it doesn't say like almost the middle of the week or sometime around the middle of the week. It says in the middle of the week. It's a very specific type of situation that's going on there, which is very instructive. You keep ignoring me and my questions. Wow, what's the question? I'm sorry, I didn't see it. It's me, Heather. Agreed. Okay, cool. Ryan, I left you a message. Okay, Holly, I will look at that for sure. Like you said, it could only take like 3 days to build. Yeah, isn't that crazy? They already have all the pieces. Eric Steckelbeck, Steck, Steckelbeck, I think. I didn't see the question. That, who said that? Heather, I didn't see the question that you asked. I'm sorry. If anybody sees it, if they could pin the question. You keep ignoring me and my questions. I'm so sorry. Has anyone dreams or visions about 2 moons? 2 moons. But yeah, that hopefully that makes sense, Bridget. Really cool stuff. Really provocative, because the Jewish people they have all the instruments. They're training each other up right now. They're working on the priests. They're working on the bowls, the cups, the sacrifices. You still have the red heifers. All of these things are right there in front of our faces, guys. If you can't see it right now, then I don't know if you ever will be able to, because this is really remarkable. It says the world will rejoice when they are defeated. I don't think Christians would, so we are gone. Angela, 100%. We are gone before then. It's going to be like a satanic holiday when they get destroyed. They're going to be giving each other gifts. It's going to be like a satanic Christmas is the way that I think is the best way to describe it. They're going to be literally giving each other gifts. So those 3.5 years, they will be teaching in front of it, it seems. And then at the 3.5 year mark, they will be overcome by the beast. And then the beast will go into that temple, and then he will sit down. It's mind-blowing how for months Iran has threatened retaliation, yet Israel stands strong. Yeah, that's the one thing I'm kind of looking for. Like, I'm kind of bracing for just alongside of Israel right now, because they eliminated Nasrallah, and then they just like hours later, they eliminated the guy that replaced Nasrallah. So they're sending a clear message. They're like, we don't care who you put in charge of Hezbollah, we're going to take them out. That's basically what they're saying. And so by them doing that, Iran is keeping their distance. And so that's really interesting to consider, because Iran is losing its limbs. Their limbs, meaning one of their left hand was Hamas, their right hand was Hezbollah, and now both of their arms are gone. Now Iran is just there by themselves. They have the Houthis, but they're about to get hit because the Houthis attacked Israel recently within the past couple of days. And so Israel has yet to respond to those attacks. Paul said the third temple had to be built, so I was curious what you thought. Yeah, no, the third. I don't. Oh, okay. Did he say something about that? Yeah, I think it'll be. It could be before or after, but we know that it's going to be there during, obviously. Yeah, Mir Sarfati, absolutely, Jules. What did she ever respond to? I don't know. Heather, did Heather ever say anything? She said I was ignoring her. I feel terrible. I still don't see any of her comments, so. No, she didn't. Okay. Well, yeah, so that's what I got. Yeah, I don't know if anybody has any questions or anything. Okay, thank you, Enjoy. She did not. Okay, thank you, Christy. Yeah, well, if anybody has any questions, I know Eli loves Q&As. Not that I know all the answers or anything like that, but if I know something, I will definitely share with you. So here's Eli Q&A. My pastor gave Israel the money they said they needed to build the third temple. Huh? What? Paul was awesome and added a great deal of insight. However, some things he said, contrary. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's all, we all have our own thoughts on things, and that's why we need to test all things. You said you do. What question you got? What's up? Bring them. We can have a little conversation, I guess, because I wasn't planning on doing Matthew 24 tonight just because of what we were doing with Paul. But yeah, Yeah, guys, we're actually we're close to 1,000 on YouTube, which is kind of exciting. I think that's really crazy to think about because I think it took about a year, which is fine. I just think it'll be nice to have some other platform just in case TikTok goes down. I don't even know any updates on the TikTok ban. Is this where you ghost me now? No. When will you be live again for Matthew 24? Yeah, you're not going to want to miss that one, Amanda. You know what? I was actually thinking about doing that during the daytime, but I don't know if I'll have enough energy. So we will see if I have enough energy. I was thinking about doing it on Monday, maybe around afternoon time. Oh, can you imagine? Ah, oh, whoa, man! Just saying that right now is just like ah. But we will see. Hey, thank you, Bridget. Yay, afternoon. Would oh man. Oh man, doesn't Revelation discuss this? Discuss what? Discusses a lot. It's my favorite book. I love it. Heather, what question do you have? I need to know your question. I won't be able to sleep tonight, this morning. Yeah, daytime study is weird. Would that not work for you guys? I know that would be interesting. Discord. Yeah, nice. Thank you. Nice. Monday afternoon? I know. Well, I don't know yet. We'll see. Maybe. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I watch on YouTube when you're not on. Very cool, Robin. What time do you wake up? I'm at 1 and 2 in the morning. Feel like a vampire. Yeah, I'm right along with you, Tara. You get me through my nights. That's awesome. Great time Monday. Well, very cool. I don't know. I feel like it would be interesting if we did it that time because then maybe I could reach a different crowd. Oh, thank you, Julie. We are here for whatever you do and choose. Well, that'd be, it was above. I'll message you, my friend. Okay, Heather, very cool. Please post it because I'm not getting live notifications. I don't want to miss you. Okay, well, it'll be a good one. You'd watch Monday. Hey, Shelba, quiet. She's like a mouse. Now she's going to send a mouse emoji. But yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. I don't know if that's going to actually happen. I'll probably play that by ear just depending on how tired I am. But the only reason why I was thinking that about that time would be because I would have the house to myself, like all alone, all by myself. Kids in school, and my wife will be out of the house that day working. So it will be a quiet atmosphere, which will be cool. Yeah, there it is. Warriors Rising is Paul's podcast. Yeah, thank you for posting that. I'm a night shift nurse. I'm up every night, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Okay, yeah, I feel that. My wife is a nurse. There's the mouse emoji. I knew it. Hey, your AM thoughts are always the clearest. Not for me. Right, me either. Oh, you guys aren't getting the notifications. Oh, man. I want to be here for Matthew 24, your study. Please put out a notice the day before if you do it Monday. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I will try to do my best. And maybe you guys can watch me drink coffee while we get warmed up. I don't know if it's going to happen. We are really going to have to see how my brain is firing because typically I don't wake up until the sun goes down. And then I'm like ready to go. I'm like, why is everybody sleeping? I'm just now waking up. Jocko. That's what you're wanting to do in all alone time. Just another, yeah. Just waiting to be, in a quiet place. That's why I actually like the truck so much because it's quiet in here and I can hoot and holler and not distract anybody, and it's helpful. Did you say Monday afternoon? Possibly, Julie. Yeah, possibly on that. Yeah, you feel me on that? Yeah, night shifters unite. I'll set my alarm. Well. don't hold me to it yet. I mean, it might be like a play it by ear type of thing because I might wake up and feel like death, which happens often. So we will see. And I'm not even done. I still have things to do on this chapter, the stones to uncover. But on that note, I actually think we get it. Yeah. On that note, I can actually keep on working on it. I was actually going to plan on working on it after this live, so I'll get back into it here in a little bit. Got a lot of stones to uncover, and then you guys can pick me apart and disagree or not agree or disagree or whatever, but me too. I love to read in my car. Yeah, it's very quiet, very peaceful in the car. Coffee. It's a huge yeah. Tomorrow's your birthday. Happy birthday, Laura. Today was my daughter's birthday. She is 6. Any more questions? I know, Mark. I know. Where'd Eli go? Eli's like, finally a Q&A, and then nobody asks any questions. As if I can answer all the questions. I do think that's interesting. Like Q&As are challenging, man. Like it's just like, it really sees where you're at. Like if you can just like, like how do you answer this? How do you answer this? Like how do you balance this? What do you think about this? And it's really tough, but it's good to do, and it's edifying. So I'm here for it. I'm a night person, so I'll need to set my alarm if you do it in the afternoon. Oh, okay. Look at nighttime. Yeah, Mark. Nobody's got anything, which is completely fine. Whoa, 6, you're getting old. I know. Need heifers, the validity thoughts, perhaps. I'm not sure if that was a question somewhere in there, Tara. Hey, Ryan, I just sent you a message. Please read. Pretty sure I found a huge piece to the puzzle. Let's go. Yeah, I'll read it for sure. Happy birthday to your little girl. Yeah, man. And they also went to a circus today, so that was kind of fun. Growing up, getting old. We don't have much time. Yeah, Heather, absolutely. We really don't have that much time left, guys, and I think that's something, Paul. If you guys listen to Paul's podcast, you'll see his heart, and it's very apparent. Like he wants so badly to equip the saints. That's what he wants to do. He wants to equip the saints, and that's like what we're called to do. Like we're supposed to build one another up and try to encourage people and give them the tools to defend themselves. What are the theological arguments against the Left Behind series, books or movie? Theological arguments against the Left Behind series. The theological arguments against the Left Behind series. I don't know. Are you talking about their display of how they depicted the end times events? Is that what you're talking about, Lisa? My little boy turns 21 on Monday. Whoa! 21? Shelba? It's a grown man. That's crazy. Yes, I felt Paul's tears and heart. I kind of wanted, great question. Is that what I kind of want to hear what Lisa was talking about? I'm from Australia. Sheesh. I am Greek Orthodox. What denomination are you? I am Independent Baptist. Yes, I felt Paul's tears and heart. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Yeah, he's great. I actually can't speak on the Left Behind. I did see it a long time ago, Lisa, but against the Left Behind series. Yeah, if you can answer the question as far as what, just so I'm tracking what you're asking. Are you asking if what they depicted was accurate, or are you like, is that what you're asking? Or why didn't Jesus start his ministry late teens or early 20s? Any ideas? Well, yeah, I think that's very clearly answered because of the Daniel 9 prophecy. It goes all the way back to Daniel 9. He had to ride in at a certain time. Oh, okay, well, that's interesting. Why didn't he start it earlier? Well, I think it's, when God flung everything into existence, I think it just, you had to wait until John the Baptist was equipped. And then John the Baptist had to grow and everything, and he's a natural human, even though he was supernaturally filled with the Spirit. He had to basically come into that, and then basically Jesus was paving the way for Jesus. So it was dependent on John the Baptist if you really dive into the weeds. And so really the question would be more focusing on why didn't John the Baptist start in his early 20s? I don't know. One taken, one left behind, like the ark argument. One taken, one left behind. Like the ark argument. Noah is saved, one's left destroyed. One taken. So, okay. I don't know exactly. So I don't even want to try because I'm trying to even just understand the question. And I know it's difficult. Can you message me, Lisa? Because you can expound on that with the question. Because I feel like I could probably give you some kind of idea. I just haven't. It's difficult when you can only ask like or type like 20 words. Or are you asking him to characterize a fictional book? Can you explain the one taken and the one left behind in the field again? My screen kept freezing. Yeah, Amanda. Now we're going to try to stump you. Bring it, Mark. Stump Ryan time. No, the one in renewed. Hey, thank you so much. The one in the field, one left in the field. That's where I think I see it a little bit differently than Paul. I think he sees a little bit of the rapture there, and I don't. So that's in Matthew 24, but I don't see the rapture personally in Matthew chapter 24. So that's something to think about. Some people see one in the field, one will be taken, the other will be left. I don't see that as the rapture. I don't see that as the rapture. But I'm going to be diving into that passage. That's part of the chapter that I haven't actually got into. So I will be challenging my old thoughts with actually attacking it and trying to approach it from a unbiased opinion. And I will be looking at it from a different point of view. So I will let you know, and I'll be like, hey, if I change my mind on it, be like, hey, I used to think this, but now I see this, and I'll be honest with you guys. But I will. I just don't see the. But why didn't I respond? I didn't respond because I didn't want to. I was just trying to let him talk, just so people can hear another person's perspective on it. That's your question. Oh, okay, yeah. I don't see that as part of the rapture. Okay, if that's what your question is. Oh, sorry, Lisa. I am so sorry. I'm a little slow. You'll have to excuse my friend. The town is back that way. What movie? Who knows what movie that is? If you know what it is, then we can be friends. Right, I heard a different viewpoints. I just was curious. Okay, yeah. Does anybody know? I see Bridget and Enjoy laughing. If you know what movie it is, then good for you. Good for you. But no one is taking judgment for when will be left behind. No one is taken for judgment. No. Oh, one is taken for judgment, and one will be left behind. I think that's the sheep and goat judgment. Honestly, I think that's like part of the sheep and goat judgments, which takes place after the tribulation, which means the rapture had already occurred at that point. You must not have had a Jocko tonight. No, I did. Hey, sheesh. What's up, sheesh? What's up, Chowder? How you doing? After reading the Bible, I think it was a pomegranate. What? Oh, that wasn't for me. That was okay. I don't know who pinned. Where's Leah? The movie buff. It's from Dumb and Dumber, guys. You're killing me right now. Do you guys not remember? Oh, you're precious. Okay. You know what's funny is I can hear the sass. That's basically what you were doing right there. It's almost like the equivalent of what you just said, Lisa, was, oh, bless your little heart. That's basically what you just said, and I'm offended. It's Dumb and Dumber. Do you guys remember the end of the movie when that bus pulls up and like that bus comes and they're like, hey, we're looking for two or whatever, and like Harry or Lloyd or whatever was like, yeah, there's a town. Doesn't matter. Oh, you said it? Okay. Okay, Bridget. Good to know. There's one. No, truly. Okay, thank you, Lisa. I appreciate it. Southern charm at its best. Oh, man. But yeah, I don't know. I hope so. Okay, so Lisa, if that's what you're talking about, did what I talk about inadvertently help in any kind of way? You take sass, you give it. Oh yeah, take it. You must not have a Jocko tonight. Actually, I did. I just finished it actually. So the one that was taken was bad kind of view. So the one that was taken will be bad, and the other one will be left. Why is the one left? That's a question you need to answer. And I can tell you my opinion on it, and I will. But I just want you to wonder, or to figure it out for yourself, to try to place it in the puzzle. Like, where does it go? Like, why was one taken? Where was he taken? If he was bad and he was taken, where did he go? And if the other one was left, and that's a good thing, then where did he go? What's that point? And so you can try to plug it in, and then I feel like you can figure it out from there. But yeah, basically the one that's left will be entering into the millennial kingdom is the idea. So hopefully that makes sense. Yes, that's the view I had as well, like the millennial reign. Absolutely. Yeah, Amanda, that's what I see. I will attack it again, and I'll look at it, and I'll look at it, and I'll look at the opinions out there, and I'll see how it fits in, when it comes to the whole counsel of God, to the best of my ability, at least. And then I will lay it all out there. And I feel like it'd be kind of fun to do it in the afternoon, just because there's people that are awake that I have not met yet. And I think that'd be kind of fun to see how it goes to those people, and, which, who knows if it'll happen. What does a shepherd do with a rabid sheep, and how is it determined in the spirit? What? A rabid sheep? Hello, Travis. Thank you so much. Do you have a verse? Nothing's coming to mind with a rabid sheep exactly, but rabid sheep. I'm curious now. Yeah, after Q&A, Eli is like, let's do a Q&A. Also, see ya. Oh man, yeah, no, it's actually really fun. I had a lot of fun doing what little research I've done on Matthew 24 so far. I'll build off of what Paul did, but I'm also gonna take a different route on some areas too. And it'll be a good time. It'll be a good time. It's gonna be tough. I hope you guys come prepared. It's gonna be challenging. We're gonna be going all over the place as per usual, but it's a tough one, man. It's a tough one, but it's a good one. And so what's so interesting is diving into Matthew 24. What I have learned, this is what I have learned for myself, just for my own opinion, is that the TikTok speakers on TikTok, like I have, and I don't know what they do. I don't know how much time they invest or anything, or their background, or how much time they study or anything like that. But I can tell you about me, and I am just, when I hear other people talk, after the things that I've looked into for myself, I let you guys know what I've concluded. But when I hear other people talking and they just pop on here and they start talking on things, I'm like, you clearly, you haven't done any time. I can hear it in your voice. You don't know where you're going with it. And so it's just so funny because, like what Paul was saying, he's like, yeah, there's people up on here who are talking about the Bible who shouldn't be. And I'm like, yeah, that's very true. It is very true. And that's sad because there's a lot of people, there's people who get millions of followers who, talk about the Bible and religious stuff, and they're doing their whole thing. And I'm just like, man, I can just join that live for a minute and a half and just pick up on it right away. And I'm like, this is not okay. So it is, it's very deceptive, which is interesting because when you dive into Matthew 24, Jesus says, do not be deceived, and see that you are not deceived. And he says it 3 times. And, makes you wonder, if he said it 3 times, it must be important. And then the question is, how do you prevent yourself from being deceived? Well, the only way that you can prevent yourself from being deceived is by knowing it for yourself. When I can't fully understand a verse, I read it in the Amplified Bible version. It clarifies. Okay, I can't drop it clarifies things. Jacqueline, I do a Bible comparison a lot of times too. That's why I like the Blue Letter Bible so much, because in the Blue Letter Bible, if you click on a verse, it brings up all of these options, and then you can click on Bible comparison. and then it will break up that verse in every translation. And so you can literally just scroll, and it's like I want you to imagine looking at a table and seeing every Bible on the table, and then remove the Bibles and just put the verse all over the place. Like that's what it does for you. So it's very, very cool. Yeah, very, very, verily, verily. These were more fair-minded than those in Thessalonica. That's right, Jubesy. Man, every time I see your profile picture, I just can't help but think of Lord Farquaad, because that's who is in your picture. Lord Farquaad. He's a little short in stature, overcompensating for, but I try to stick to the gospel unless I'm rock solid. Yeah, man, good to dive in there, but it can be very deceptive. Yeah, thank you, Katie. I appreciate it. Buckle up. Yeah, Bridget. That's right. Not here to puff, but I listen to you and sometimes fall asleep, and I've had dreams of someone. Not here to puff. Running out of time. Ooh. Good night, Amanda. Have a good night. First mention helps too. Yes, it does. Very much so. Like the donkey that we were talking about. The donkey. I mean, the first mention of a donkey. Like are you kidding me? I've heard of the Blue Bible. Got to look it up. Sounds super helpful. Yeah, once it only takes like 5 minutes to really get the handle of it, but it's called the Blue Letter Bible. Blue Letter Bible. Blue Letter Bible. Never heard of the Blue Bible. What is it? It's a blue letter. Blue Letter Bible. You can just type it into your app store. It's a free app, and that's the one I use all the time. Like that thing, like if that thing had any kind of tangible asset to it, like it would have been like falling apart at this point, because I'm always touching it. Like I'm just like click, 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 click. Like what's this word mean? What's this? Like what's this? How's this connected? Oh, this word was here. This word was used over here. Oh man. Image. The word image is used all over the place, and it's used here, 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 here. Image. Oh, all the way back here. It's kind of cool to see that word being used multiple times, and to do the verse comparisons. It really like you learn. Like that's the hope of these entire things. That's literally like if you are born again, that's awesome. That's number one priority. But the hope after that is to hopefully teach, in a sense, you how to think. Because like when you see a verse, you might just be like, oh, okay, I see the verse, I wonder what that means, and then you go along your day. But then I hope you come to the realization of like when you see a verse, you're like, I wonder what that word means, because I see the English word, but I wonder what it means in Greek. And then you click on the word, and then it gives you the Greek word, and then you click on that word, and then it gives you the translation of that Greek word. And then you're like, well, wait a second, that changes the entire meaning. And then you're just like, well, hold on. What is this verse actually saying? And so then you start connecting all these dots, and then you start paying attention to patterns. And then you see this word over here, you see it over here, you see the connections from all over the place. Next thing you know, your mind's like Iron Man, like inside his little mask, and he's talking to what's his name? Jarvis. And you know, Jarvis like pulls up on his screen. It's just like all these like projections. He's like, we're injured over here, and like we got low fuel, and we're, you know, like, should I call, what's the redhead name? The Miss Peggy? I don't even know what her name is. Oh man. What is her name? Anyways, my point is that that's basically what starts happening in your mind, is that you start seeing all these connections. And like when you go to church and the pastor's talking about something and the pastor says a verse, like it will naturally spark something in your mind to where you're like, that verse connects over here. And then next thing you know, you're not even paying attention to the sermon anymore, because you're just like in your Bible, you're like, oh, over here. And then you're just like, next. And then the service is done. You're like, man, and that's what's cool about the entire. Miss Potts, thank you, not Peggy. Pepper Potts. I knew there was a P somewhere in there. Grow in wisdom, grow in heart, grow nearer to the Lord. That is right. I'll say it for Chosen. This is a once in a lifetime Q&A. He's gone, man. He gone. The cross references are astounding. Yeah. What do you recommend for a good Bible study? There's a YouTube link up in here. You could go check that out if you want to. Just kidding. What do you mean as like a good Bible study? Are you talking like in an actual like a book? Are you looking for a book to do on your own? Or are you looking for like a like a video or something like that. I think I really, really enjoy. You can look up Chuck Missler has a ton of stuff. Arnold Fruchtenbaum is super solid. I rely on his perspective a lot. He's a Messianic Jew. His name is Arnold Fruchtenbaum. You can look him up. If somebody wanted to type that in there, I can pin it. I know Bridget knows what I'm talking about, and she knows how to spell it. But Arnold Fruchtenbaum, you can look up his stuff, and he does commentaries. And I'm telling you, like, what's really cool about what we're doing here in this Bible study is I don't want you guys to look at me and be like, Ryan's so smart and he knows all these things. I am building off of what everybody else has done in the past, and I'm taking the foundation that they've poured, and I'm, looking through their stuff. So that's what I'm doing. I look in here, I read it, I apply it, I look over here, I search their stuff, and I dig. I see, and then I make my own conclusion by pulling from other people. And then that is what I present to you guys. And so that's the method. And so that's what I do. And so some people, some people might be able to just read a chapter and be like, oh, this is what they're talking about, like without even putting any effort or time into it. That's not me at all. No, it takes time, and it takes energy, and it takes effort, and it takes work, and it takes thought, and it takes brain power. And next thing you know, you're mentally drained at the end of time of it. Yes, there you go. This is Arnold Fruchtenbaum. He's a Messianic Jew. So if you want to, yeah, I am a preacher's kid, and I do have my dad as a good one to bounce ideas off of. But Arnold Fruchtenbaum, if you wanted to go check him out, he's got a lot of great commentary. It just really depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for something light, Arnold Fruchtenbaum is not it. Like, you don't want, that's not light. So it really just depends on what you're looking for. I think diving deep and getting in there and getting it all over you is the best way to go. That's the way, that's what we try to do here. And so, it's a journey, and it's a fun one. And so, it's an encouraging thing to do. I'm telling you, if you do that, if you do the deep dive, you're gonna be edified, and then you're gonna want to edify other people too. So, I don't know if that helps you out. Who was that? Was that Smudge who asked that? Study Bible? Oh, a study Bible. I use the Schofield Study Bible. That's what I use. It's falling apart, but I'm never getting a new one, hopefully, unless I lose this. And if I lose it, it'll be the worst day ever. Gosh, I even put my phone number in here. But yeah, I use the Schofield Study Bible. Okay, yeah, that was you. But yeah, okay, that is, if anybody has any other questions, feel free to ask them. I mean, now would be a great time. I think you're overly tired. You're all over the place hilariously. You could be in a chat, and they'll be teaching the gospel, and then they'll pull strange thing out of the hat. Yeah, man, I'm telling you what, Tammy, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know many people here on TikTok, but Paul is like one of the guys who I'm just like, you know what? Have a good night, Jacqueline. Thank you so much for being here. Got to get up early for church, and oh yeah, today's Sunday. Man, no, but yeah, I don't know I don't listen to anybody on here on TikTok, so I can't really recommend you anybody to listen to on TikTok. I don't listen to anybody. I just don't, but I know Paul, so I know his heart, and so that's why I would recommend Paul to you. Even though him and I see differently on some secondary issues, I still know his heart. Thoughts on Alan Ruckman? I don't know who that is. Tape, my friend. Hello, Tape. Who is Alan Ruck? Alan Ruck? I don't even know who that is. Is that somebody that I should know? Do people know who that is? Have a good night, Julie. Thank you so much. Who is that, Tara? Is that a name I should know? Yeah, have a good night, Smudge. Thank you so much for being here. But yes, we will plan on doing this Matthew 24. I'll try to do the best that I can. I listen to David. He's here quite often. Yeah, David, I haven't listened to him. He seems like he told me that he agrees with everything I said. So if he agrees with everything I said, then he's a good one to listen to because like I agree with with the things I say, you know. So if he's saying the same things, then yeah, absolutely. I'm just only saying that because I don't go into people's lives, and if I do, I'm only there for like a minute. So and then I just don't. I do my own study, and then that's what I do. So as far as referring you to somebody to go watch, I really can't. I don't know. You're still here. I'm still here. There's a business on TikTok that takes your old Bible and recovers it and puts it back together for you. Ooh, yeah, I've heard about that. My mom did that a couple times, and I think they cut the spine and then they try to rebind it. And then sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It didn't really work for my mom, so my mom literally carries 2 pieces of her Bible everywhere she goes. It's adorable, man. Oh, that woman. Awesome tonight. All right, have a good night, Angela. Thanks for being here. I am still here, Heather. But yeah, my grandpa was a preacher, and I have loads of his books. Baptist preacher, I believe. Very cool. What's that? Is that a sandwich? Yeah. Discernment, absolutely. All right, guys, I'm gonna get on out of here. I hope to do Matthew 24. I'm actually not even gonna stop. I'm just gonna sign off here and get back to Matthew 24. So I will be up if you have any questions, maybe. But yeah, feel free to reach out to me here on TikTok if you have anything. All of these will be uploaded to YouTube. If you guys wanted to go subscribe over there, I would appreciate it. All of the studies are up there. Tonight was a different night, so if you're new here, they're not normally like this. We normally are nothing but Bible. That's all we do. We don't even small talk is very minimal. So if you're looking for a Bible study, one where somebody explains each verse by verse and whatnot, there's a YouTube link up here, and that's what Mark just posted right here, ITZ_sheesh. You can type that into YouTube and you'll see it there. We've done Revelation. That was the very first book we've done, and that was about a year ago, which is crazy. We've been doing this for about a year, and we're like 24 books in the Bible, which means in 2 more years we'll be done, which is crazy. But you know what? Things could change in my life where I might not be able to do this, and you never know. You never know. I just am literally flying by the seat of my pants, literally. So who knows what the future holds, and that's why we need to be a good steward. Hey, thank you for those gifts, One Love. And we just got to be a good steward with what we've been given. So I think it's really cool to be able to do this and to be used to do this. And I am thankful for you guys for trusting me. You know, like I'm not perfect, and I know you guys know that, but you know, it's still humbling. You know, I'm just a guy. I mess up. I'm not perfect. I'm a sinner saved by grace too. But yeah, time could be short, guys. Hey, thank you, One Love. Time could be short. Time could be short. So, like, again, as I normally say, if you're born again, awesome. What are you doing with it? What are you doing with it? Thank you, One Love. Man, thank you so much. That's what you need to think about. You know, it's time is short, one way or the other. You should give up free e-Bibles. But yeah, hey, thank you, One Love. I appreciate that. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. And as per usual, the gospel is the most important. For by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is a gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. The gospel can be found in 1 Corinthians 15. That Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he rose again according to on the 3rd day according to the scriptures. Thank you, One Love, man. Thank you so much. But yeah, okay, guys, I'm going to be out of here. I will hopefully see you on Monday afternoon, and I'll try to give you a heads up if that is what I'm going to do, depending on how I feel, as best as I can. So don't hold me to it, though. I'm making no promises. Hey, thank you, Laura. Hopefully this live was edifying in some kind of capacity. I know it wasn't our normal, but you know, I figured we would at least try it and see somebody else's mind. And that's why I didn't really talk too much when he was going through his thing. But all right, guys, I'm out of here. You be safe and have a good Sunday. Go to church, and yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here, guys. Try to tell somebody about Jesus if you can. because I think you will be lifted up if you do. I really do. I'm telling you, when you tell somebody about Jesus, there is wind in your sails, and that is cool. I mean, it really lifts you up. If you're down, if you feel like the world is crashing down on top of you, make it a point to tell somebody about Jesus. I'm telling you, it'll do wonders. Your attitude, you will just remember what your point is after you do that, and it will really, really influence you in a pretty dramatic way, I think. So, all right, guys, I'm out of here. Be safe, and I will hopefully see you maybe on Monday afternoon.